The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communications from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., May 19, 2025. I hereby appoint the Honorable Young Kim to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 3, 2025, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders, and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continued beyond 1 hour and 1:50 p.m. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramanian, for 5 minutes. Okay. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last week, House committees moved the last sections of President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill out of the respective committees. In the Energy and Commerce Committee, I was proud to support our legislation to unleash American energy, foster innovation in our telecommunications industry, and strengthen Medicaid programs by ensuring that it works best for the intended groups: children, pregnant women, seniors, and those with disabilities. This legislation also fulfills President Trump's campaign promises of ending tax on tips, tax on overtime, and tax on Social Security, and permanently extends President Trump's 2017 tax cuts, which ushered in unprecedented growth. This One Big Beautiful Bill also further backs President Trump's incredible progress securing our southern border by funding 700 miles of new border wall construction, nearly 1,000 miles of new river barriers, and additional frontline personnel at our southern border. President Trump's historic victory in November came with a mandate from the American people. Now it is our time in Congress to fulfill these promises, and I look forward to doing just that on the House floor this week by passing One Big Beautiful Bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, just 1 month into President Trump's term in office, he signed a historic executive order to designate the Sinaloa cartel as a foreign terrorist organization. This action allows for further collaboration among law enforcement agencies and additional resources from the federal government to track down and punish these criminals. President Trump also started a narco-terrorism unit within the Department of Justice, whose sole focus is tracking down and capturing the cartel leaders who have ravaged our nation with their poisons. Just last week, the Trump administration formally indicted the leaders of the Sinaloa cartel on charges of narco-terrorism, drug trafficking, and money laundering. While this might be the first action taken by the unit, it sends a clear-cut message to the cartel leaders who have waged war on the citizens of this great country by trafficking deadly poisons that have taken the lives of millions of Americans. This ends now, and I fully support President Trump's actions to hold these terrorists to account. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Cohen Long, Bryce Wentz, Gavin Glass, Greg Covert, and Sean Cessna with the Bedford High School Battle Robotics team on winning the national championship at the National Robotics League tournament in Springfield, Ohio. Participants in the competition design, build, and then compete with their robotic creations. Through this experience, students learn how to work in a team while also gaining practical hands-on experience in science, technology, engineering, and math. 2 additional teams representing Bedford High School also had impressive showings, finishing in the top 15 at the event. I commend the Bedford High School students on all 3 robotic teams and the team's advisors, Cody Butterball and Wes Tritt, for their achievements that show their skills in mechanical and electrical engineering. Their teamwork and success of critical thinking, project management, and communication skills showcases their values on hand-on technical education. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor an incredible career of almost 2 decades that my district director, Nancy Bull, who tirelessly advocates for the people of Pennsylvania's 13th Congressional District. Nancy started her career with Representative Bill Schuster in 2008 as a constituent services representative before becoming Deputy District Director in 2016. In 2019, I was honored when Nancy joined my team as the Director of Constituent Services and later become the District Director in 2023. Nancy has truly elevated the ability to connect with and serve with constituents. During the time that she has spent with Pennsylvania 13, she has developed such strong relationships, meaning she has that wealth of understanding and knowledge that allows her to connect with so many individuals in southwestern and south central PA. As I travel throughout Pennsylvania 13, one thing remains a constant. Everyone knows and respects Nancy Bull. They do this because she cares and she listens to the constituents. After this stellar career of serving fellow Pennsylvanians, Nancy is retiring at the end of this week to spend more time with her family and with her fiancé, Eric. Nancy, I thank you. I thank you for your years of hard work and for your dedication. And I thank you for helping so many constituents in Pennsylvania 13. We will miss you, but we will never be far away. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramaniam, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to recognize National Police Week, which was this past week. We celebrated it by supporting and honoring the brave law enforcement officers who serve our communities across the country and the great work that organizations do to support them. That includes the federal law enforcement like the U.S. Capitol Police, who keep the entire Capitol Hill complex safe, and law enforcement personnel in my community, including the Fauquier County Sheriff's Office, the Fairfax County Police Department and Sheriff's Office, the Loudoun County Sheriff's Office, the Prince William County Police Department and Sheriff's Office, the Rappahannock County Sheriff's Office, the Manassas and Manassas Park Police Departments, and then the Haymarket, Leesburg, Middleburg, Percival, and Warrenton Police Departments. And then there's the airport, metro, university, and state law enforcement officers who help protect our community. It takes all of them to keep us safe. So thank you to all those departments for all that you do. This is also a time to honor law enforcement that we have lost, officers who have made the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty. Earlier this year, the Commonwealth of Virginia mourned the loss of officers Gervin and Reese. Their courage and sacrifice will never be forgotten. And every year, an average of 57 police officers are killed by suspects, and far too many, at least 184 public safety officers, die by suicide each year. As we honor and remember the service members we've lost, we must continue our commitment to support law enforcement officers and their families. And this month, I visited Boulder Crest Foundation's headquarters in my district. They do critical work to support the post-traumatic growth of law enforcement officers, ensuring that those who protect us have access to help. I'm proud to support Boulder Crest with a budget request to help them further develop their peer-led mental wellness training program tailored to supporting law enforcement officers. And so as we recognize National Police Week, let's honor the service and sacrifice of law enforcement officers. Together, let's continue the work of building a safer, stronger, and more prosperous community with them. Madam Speaker, I also rise today to congratulate the winners of the 2025 Leesburg Business Awards. These businesses have gone above and beyond to serve our community and benefit our community. And the winners of the Arts and Cultural Award was Benefit, a nonprofit of musicians and community leaders who donate the proceeds of their events to local charities. Passivity Pet Services received the Community Ambassador Award for volunteering their time and resources to cultivate a positive image of Leesburg. And the George C. Marshall Award was given to the owners of Cowbell Kitchen for their dedication to community service and partnership with Love KK to reduce food insecurity, and the food there is great as well. And Wonderful Childhood Discovery received both the New Business Award as well as the People's Choice Award for promoting early childhood development, and my kids are a big fan of them as well. And finally, the Nonprofit Award went to the Community Foundation for Loudoun and Northern Fauquier counties for their grants and partnerships that help improve the quality of life in our community. And we were actually honored to visit them both this past year as well as the year before. So congratulations to the Leesburg Business Award nominees and winners. Thank you for all that you do for our community. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Cutter, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the outstanding service of the Naval Submarine Base Kings Bay Fire and Emergency Services. This exceptional team was named the 2024 Department of Defense Small Category Fire Department of the Year. They heroically responded to a major housing fire, rescuing 3 people and preventing $3 million in property damage. Their commitment to readiness is unmatched. They led 130 sub-fire events, 16 validation drills, and 32 command exchanges. In one life-saving mission, they executed a submarine confined space rescue with an 18-inch gap extraction and a 3-story high-angle lift. The department's work doesn't stop at the base. They are key partners in community outreach and regional emergency coordination, reinforcing safety throughout the district. These actions reflect their courage, precision, and deep dedication to our safety and national security. Georgia is proud to be home to a team that exemplifies what it means to serve quietly, professionally, and always ready. Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Visit Savannah and Visit Tybee Island for receiving national recognition for their exceptional tourism marketing. Visiting Savannah's AI chat unit offers a first-of-its-kind interactive display that allows users to chat with Savannah for real-time travel ideas. This innovation was crowned the best travel interactive application at the 2025 Internet Advertising Competition Awards. This advertising platform achieved a 14% increase in engagement and placed Savannah alongside previous winners such as Amazon and Marriott. Visit Tybee received a Bronze Adrian Award for the Hospitality Sales and Marketing Association International for its redesigned destination website. These Adrian Awards honor exceptional travel marketing across all platforms, and I take pride in the innovation that has established the Georgia coast as a vacation destination for everyone. Savannah and Tybee Island are role models for Georgia and other states across the nation for their creativity and innovation in driving tourism. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor Deputy Sheriff John Arthur Hazelton for being enshrined on the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Wall in Washington, D.C. Before becoming Deputy Sheriff, Mr. Hazelton served bravely in the United States Navy during World War II. After returning home, he began doing what he knew best, serving his local community. Deputy Sheriff Hazelton dedicated 6 honorable years to the Camden County Sheriff's Department. Tragically, on March 5, 1964, Deputy Sheriff Hazelton passed away in a motor vehicle accident. In 2021, while reviewing the Officer Down memorial page, Sergeant Andrew Reed of the Camden County Sheriff's Department discovered an oversight. Following his tragic death, Deputy Sheriff Hazelton's name failed to be added to the National Memorial in Washington, D.C. Through 3 years of extensive government documentation, Sergeant Reed's efforts have finally put Deputy Sheriff Hazelton's name alongside that of other officers who made the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty. Deputy Sheriff Hazelton, the 1st District of Georgia, thanks you for your heroic service to your country and community. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor 3 remarkable individuals recognized by Senior Citizen Inc. of Savannah for their unwavering commitment to our community. Dr. Otis Johnson is a trailblazing leader, educator, and former mayor of Savannah. He has dedicated his life to civil rights and uplifting communities everywhere. Camille O'Neill, a devoted educator and pillar of the community, has nurtured countless students and built a legacy of love and service in Savannah. Finally, John White Sr. is a World War II veteran who served in the Marines. Mr. White is a recipient of the Congressional Medal of Honor and one of the original 9, the first African-American police officers in Savannah. His courage, leadership, and service continue to inspire others. Their collective efforts exemplify the spirit of civic engagement and demonstrate the profound impact one can have through service. Let us draw inspiration from their achievements and strive to follow their examples. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in strong support of the reconciliation measure favorably reported by the House Agriculture Committee. This legislation is critical. It prevents the largest tax increase in American history from hitting our families, farmers, and small businesses. It also provides essential funding for the Trump administration to continue its work to keep our nation safe. This bill addresses 2 major responsibilities: restoring integrity to the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, also known as SNAP, and making meaningful investments in American agriculture. SNAP is a vital safety net, but it must function as Congress intended, as a temporary bridge for those in need, not a permanent system of dependency. Since 2019, SNAP spending has jumped from $60 billion to $110 billion a year, while enrollment has grown from 36 million to 42 million. Yet despite low unemployment and over 7 million job openings in our nation, fewer than 1/3 of able-bodied adults required to work under SNAP are earning income. Work requirements, once a bipartisan standard, has been sidestepped by executive actions and state waivers. Nearly 40% of recipients subject to work rules now live under waivers. That's not how the program was designed to function. States are mismanaging the program to the tune of nearly $13 billion annually in erroneous payments. That's up nearly 100% since 2019. Worse yet, most states are out of compliance with basic application timelines, forcing vulnerable families to wait months for help. Our measures correct course. It aligns SNAP with other state-administered benefit programs, requiring states to share in a minimal portion of program costs, encouraging better stewardship, fewer errors, and more timely service. Most importantly, it reinstates work as a pathway to independence and opportunity. Madam Speaker, success should be measured by outcomes, not outlays. An efficiently delivered benefit that encourages work is a win for both the taxpayer and the recipient. Since the 2018 Farm Bill, agriculture producers have faced soaring input costs, declining prices, and mounting debt. By the end of last year, the farm debt hit its highest level in over 50 years. The Agriculture and Food Policy Center at Texas A&M says the outlook for farm profitability is the worst in the 42 years history of analysis. Our producers, from livestock to specialty crops, struggle with volatile markets, labor shortages, and growing regulatory burdens. If Congress fails to act, we risk a full-blown crisis in our food and agriculture economy. This bill delivers targeted, meaningful investment in farm safety nets and rural development. It supports research, trade promotion, and critical infrastructure. It reflects bipartisan priorities from every corner of this chamber. This bill restores the integrity of SNAP, strengthens every link in the agricultural chain, and puts rural America back at the center of our policy agenda where it belongs. Madam Speaker, I'm proud of this legislation, and I urge my colleagues to support it. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Seeing all debates have concluded, pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Holy Lord, you make it sound so simple. We need only love you and our neighbor. But in our daily reality, it's really hard sometimes and almost always impossible to do so with our whole heart, our soul, and our mind. Forgive us for the countless ways we make the simple complex. Keep us from allowing the cares of this world to complicate our lives. Warn us when we allow our dislike of a person's differing opinion gets in the way of our obligation to be loving, or at least respectful. On this day and throughout this week, when the democratic process is at its messiest and decisions prove most contentious, bring your peace into our presence and show us how you would have us live and love. And may we respond with all that we are and all that we do, simply and firstly by loving you. And at the end of this day, may we be blessed knowing that the way we loved you is what mattered most. In your loving name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Bell.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches on either side of the aisle. Oh, for what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to celebrate the centennial celebration of one of America's greatest companies, Caterpillar. For 100 years, Caterpillar has produced impeccable pieces of machinery that include construction and mining equipment, off-highway diesel and natural gas engines, industrial gas turbines, and diesel-electric locomotives. This is a company that continues to lead the way in innovation, not only here in America, but also within continents across the entire world. Congratulations to Caterpillar and its many dedicated employees on reaching this historic and admirable milestone. Here's to another century of excellence and innovation in manufacturing. I yield back.
Thank you, Chairwoman Virginia Foxx of North Carolina. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
I have unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this is the 11th time that I have risen to call for federal funding for malnourished children to be restored by the Trump administration. But today, I rise with a glimmer of hope. After months of advocacy, Adesia Nutrition in North Kingstown, Rhode Island, has received notice that in order to ship their life-saving, ready-to-use therapeutic food, Plumpy Nut, to children in Sudan, was finally approved, and the food will be moved in the next 2 weeks. This is a huge win for Adesia, for our country, but most importantly, for the children whose lives will be saved by this miracle cure. But let me be clear, this fight is not over. This is just the first step. The order was paid for with fiscal year 2024 funding, and Adesia still has another 185,000 boxes of this ready-to-use food sitting in their warehouse awaiting shipment. Despite money being appropriated for FY25, no new orders are being placed. So, I once again call on the Trump administration for a full restoration of funding for ready-to-use therapeutic food that will save the lives of children across the world. We've done it before. We should continue to do it. That is our commitment as a country. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the Center Gives 2025. Now in its 14th year, Center Gives, a 36-hour online fundraising event, raised a record-breaking $2.84 million. This giving event, organized by the Center Foundation, raises money to benefit over 230 nonprofit organizations across Centre County, Pennsylvania. This achievement reflects the unwavering commitment of Centre County residents to supporting services in the arts, education, healthcare, animal welfare, and social services. Notably, Center Volunteers in Medicine received the highest total donations at $108,374, while Centre County Paws garnered the most unique donors, totaling 681. The success of Center Gives 2025 underscores the power of community-driven philanthropy and serves as an inspiring model for other regions. Mr. Speaker, I want to express my heartfelt congratulations to the Center Foundation, all participating nonprofits, and the generous donors who made this possible. Together, they have strengthened the fabric of their community and set a shining example for all of us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this weekend, a catastrophic tornado struck the heart of St. Louis, killing 5 of our neighbors, injuring dozens more, and causing more than $1.6 billion in projected damage. Over 5,000 buildings were hit, power lines are down, critical infrastructure remains unstable, and entire neighborhoods are waking up to devastation. But even in the middle of all that loss, St. Louis showed out, St. Louis showed up, and showed what it's made of. Neighbors checked on neighbors. Teachers sheltered students. First responders put themselves in harm's way to keep others safe, and I want to thank them all. This is not just a Democrat or Republican issue. This is an all of the above. And I want to acknowledge leaders from the governor, the mayor, municipal mayors, the county executive, state reps and senators, city alderpersons, county leaders, and especially regular citizens who've been working so hard for their community. Right now, thousands are still without power, schools are closed, families are grieving. Faith without works is dead, and we need your prayers, but it's also going to take a lot of work. I'm urging FEMA and the administration to move quickly. St. Louis can and will rebuild, but we cannot be left to do it alone. We've been through a lot, and working together, we're going to get through this too. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For too long, American workers have shouldered the burden of trade policies that reward the Chinese Communist Party billionaires, destroying American jobs. 3.8 million American jobs were lost to China from 2001 through early 2023, including 60,000 jobs in South Carolina. Reliance on the Chinese Communist Party jeopardizes American national security. Overall, China is the largest source of manufacture of cell phones, toys, computers, and other products. President Donald Trump has long recognized this problem. Last week, one-on-one discussions between America and China produced agreements to dramatically reduce tariffs while establishing a path forward to manage the China challenge. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Trump is reinstituting existing laws to protect American families with peace through strength, revealing that war criminal Putin lies, violating NATO aerospace, insulting Trump last Tuesday with a Russian jet over the Gulf of Finland, escorting a shadow ship threatening Estonia, our NATO ally. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
I rise to address the House for 4 minutes.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor willing warriors and the upcoming 10-year anniversary of the Warrior Retreat. Willing Warriors is an organization in Haymarket, Virginia that supports wounded, ill, and injured service members. They provide cost-free, non-medical respite stays in a supportive environment. And since opening in 2015, they have hosted over 2,800 warriors and family members where they can escape hospital settings to relax, rejuvenate, and reconnect with their families and support networks. And through vital partnerships with Walter Reed, Full Belvoir, and countless community organizations, their impact stretches far beyond the retreat's 37 peaceful acres. Their newest edition, the PenFed Grand Lodge, offers group stays, resiliency training, and PTSD counseling. So I commend the Willing Warriors for their dedication to those who've sacrificed for our nation. Congratulations on 10 years of the Warrior Retreat. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Asking consent to address the House. 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life and service of Roger Eugene Goforth from my hometown of Kings Mountain, North Carolina. For over 30 years, Roger served with the Kings Mountain Police Department. He took pride in that role, using it as an opportunity to keep the community safe and to help his neighbors in any way he could. Roger was the kind of person who showed up wherever he was needed. He drove a school bus for the Kings Mountain Schools, worked for decades at Foot Mineral and FMC Lithium, and even ran his own business at Battleground Petroleum. No matter what job he held, he brought a strong work ethic and a big heart. He was incredibly active in his community and his faith as a part of the Dixon Presbyterian Church and Victory Baptist, also a Shriner and a Mason and a member of the Progressive Club. And when he had free time, you'd find him fishing or competing in tractor pulls or spending time with his family. Roger was a good man who cared deeply about the people around him, especially his family. He certainly left Kings Mountain a better place, and he will be missed by all those who knew him. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of energy and excitement in Wayne County, North Carolina, as we celebrate a significant economic investment. Prolec GE Waukesha Incorporated announced a $140 million investment which will strengthen Eastern North Carolina's economy and enhance our national energy infrastructure. The investment aims to double the production of medium power transformers and address the urgent needs of our country's electric grid. The construction of a new state-of-the-art facility will create over 330 new jobs in various fields, from engineering to production. Young people and professionals are craving for opportunities in the East and good-paying jobs. These jobs will average nearly $72,000 a year. Congratulations to Prolec GE Waukesha Incorporated. I'm so excited about our energy future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the Chair.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered. The votes ordered objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1223.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1223, a bill to require a plan to improve the cybersecurity and telecommunications of the U.S. academic research fleet and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Fong, and the gentleman from Virginia, Ms. Sabrianam, each will control 20 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 1223, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr.
The
Speaker,
gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of my bill H.R. 1223, the Accelerating Networking, Cyber Infrastructure, and Hardware for Oceanic Research Act, also known as the Anchor Act. I urge my colleagues to support this bill because it addresses a critical and urgent need, safeguarding the integrity of our nation's academic research fleet and ensuring that the valuable data collected at sea remains secure from emerging threats. This is about protecting the future of American science, innovation, and national security. Our research fleet is a cornerstone of America's scientific advancement. Since the 1960s, these vessels have supported federally sponsored missions that impact everything from human health and energy development to ocean hazards and national security. They are laboratories at sea collecting data that fuels critical decision-making here on land. However, these ships face modern challenges. Right now, they lack the secure cyber infrastructure needed to protect sensitive data and communicate reliably across global networks. That leaves them vulnerable to cyber threats from foreign adversaries, which have been on the rise and will continue to evolve with emerging technology. Data is the heartbeat of scientific progress. It informs policy, it drives discovery, it strengthens our ability to respond to crises. We need it to compete and win on the world stage. We must ensure that this data is protected, that our researchers have the tools they need, and that the outcomes of their work remain in secure hands. The Anchor Act directs the National Science Foundation to create a comprehensive plan to upgrade the cybersecurity and communication systems on these vessels to add another layer of protection where it's desperately needed. I'd like to thank my co-sponsor, Representative Haley Stevens, for supporting our bipartisan effort to protect our nation's scientific edge and security. Today, let's take a critical step to safeguard our research fleet, protect our data, and secure the future of American innovation by voting in support of the Anchor Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the Anchor Act. The U.S. academic research fleet, the ARF, is made up of an impressive array of marine research assets, and even more impressive than this fleet is the invaluable research that it conducts. This diverse fleet is managed and operated by a diverse group that includes the NSF, the Office of Naval Research, Federal Research Laboratories, and U.S. universities. These fleets have unique cyber infrastructure and networking challenges and vulnerabilities, and so this bill would require an assessment of the equipment and personnel costs and time requirements needed to upgrade the fleet and develop a proposal for funding these upgrades. So the House already passed this bill by a voice vote last Congress, and I hope it'll do so again. This technological struggle has been a real detriment and had a real impact on these fleets. So I want to thank the sponsor of this bill, as well as Ms. Stevens, and I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting it. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman in reserve and the gentleman from California is recognized.
I will yield as much time as he may consume. The gentleman from Texas, the chair of the Science, Space, and Technology Committee, Dr. Babin.
The gentleman is
Mr.
recognized.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to be here to support H.R. 1223, the Anchor Act, sponsored by my colleagues, Representatives Fong and Stevens. The Anchor Act tackles the critical need for improved cybersecurity across the U.S. academic research fleet. This fleet of 17 vessels carries out vital research in diverse marine environments, from the Great Lakes to the polar regions. The groundbreaking research conducted aboard these vessels has largely shaped our understanding of the ocean. Scientists study ecosystems and food webs, offshore energy resources, wave dynamics, natural hazard forecasting and response, and the deep ocean floor. These scientists and technical experts operate a wide range of specialized equipment, including deep towing systems, underwater cameras, and state-of-the-art acoustic sensors, often sailing to some of the world's most remote locations. Ensuring secure and reliable communication and data transmission systems, regardless of location, presents a unique challenge. Each vessel needs tailored cybersecurity infrastructure to safeguard its scientific equipment and protect data, both on board and during transmission to shore. Unfortunately, the fleet currently lacks the necessary infrastructure. This bill would change that. The Anchor Act directs the National Science Foundation to develop a plan for much-needed upgrades to the academic research fleet, including cybersecurity enhancements and modernization of telecommunications equipment. This plan must consider the type of research conducted on each vessel, the location, any specialized equipment, and network bandwidth needs. It is essential to protect taxpayer-funded research conducted by the fleet from nefarious actors. We have made significant strides securing research at our agencies and university campuses. Now we must ensure the research being done off of our coast is fully protected. I commend my colleagues for their efforts on this issue, and I urge my fellow members to support this bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that Dr. Babbitt control the remainder of the time.
Without objection. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time to speak on this bill, and I am prepared to close. I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to enter, with unanimous consent, a letter dated January 30th, 2024, titled The Institutional Support for U.S. Academic Research Fleet Cyber Infrastructure.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank again Mr. Fong and Ms. Stevens for their leadership on this bill, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 1223, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The U.S. academic research fleet enables us to use state-of-the-art equipment worldwide to conduct cutting-edge science that cannot be performed on land. This fleet is a key factor in making the U.S. research enterprise a global leader. However, our leadership is currently at risk, as it is widely recognized that our adversaries are willing to compromise, to undermine, or steal our research. They aim to exploit our discoveries and surpass us as leaders in global technology. We cannot afford to let that happen. To continue making groundbreaking discoveries, we must equip our research vessels with the cybersecurity infrastructure necessary to maintain the integrity of their data and their equipment. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1223? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed.
Mr. Speaker, I object on the grounds that a quorum is not present and make a point of order that a quorum is not present.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this motion will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 1453.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1453, a bill to amend the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act to require reporting regarding clean energy demonstration projects and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Babin, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Sabraminiham, which will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 1453, the bill which is now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1453, the Clean Energy Demonstration Transparency Act of 2025, sponsored by the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Kerry. This sensible legislation will provide Congress with the necessary tools to effectively oversee the Department of Energy's DOE growing number of large demonstration projects. DOE established the Office of Clean Energy Demonstrations, or OCED, to carry out the technology demonstration projects authorized in the Energy Act of 2020 and the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. These projects include bipartisan initiatives like the Advanced Reactor Demonstration Program and the Long Duration Energy Storage Demonstration Initiative. This bill requires the Secretary of Energy to submit semi-annual reports to Congress on all demonstration projects managed by OCED. These reports must include details on contracts, milestones, schedules, funding profiles, and cost-share agreements. Historically, DOE's applied energy offices have managed these programs, ensuring a seamless transition from basic laboratory research to applied field work. However, with the creation of OCED, these activities were placed in a new office, separating critical expertise and adding an unnecessary layer of bureaucracy. At the same time, the Infrastructure Bill and Inflation Reduction Act appropriated over $27 billion to OCED to fund these projects. This combination of organizational restructuring and a large influx of funding should raise concerns for every lawmaker of this institution, considering DOE's past mismanagement of demonstration projects. Since its inception, OCED has been slow to award funding and has struggled to identify unique capabilities not already addressed by the applied energy offices. Congress lacks adequate safeguards and the capacity to conduct rigorous oversight over OCED and its demonstration projects. For example, when the SST committee sought more information on DOE's decision to waive the cost-share requirement for a multi-million-dollar project, the department was not obliged to document or justify its rationale. Requiring DOE to submit semi-annual reports will provide Congress with crucial tools to protect taxpayer dollars, hold OCED accountable, and ensure that projects are based on merit rather than crony favoritism. I thank Representative Kerry for his continued leadership on this issue, despite no longer even sitting on SST committee, and Representative Riley for his work in advancing this bill forward. I urge all of my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. And the gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the Clean Energy Demonstration Transparency Act as well. The Bipartisan Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, as mentioned, established a first-of-its-kind Office of Clean Energy Demonstration, and this new office was tasked with coordinating the Department of Energy's large-scale clean energy technology development. This office is now managing more than $25 billion in funding to help scale emerging energy technologies that will help us tackle our most pressing climate challenges and achieve net zero emissions as quickly as possible. Last October, one of the initiatives supported by the office awarded $1.1 million to a Virginia company, Roanoke Cement Company, and they're working on a project that for the use of clays to minimize the use of carbon-intensive components in cement production. This project has the potential to decrease carbon intensity of cement production by around 83%. Cement production is responsible for 2% of energy-related CO2 emissions in the United States, so an 83% reduction in cement carbon intensity is very valuable. And so this bipartisan bill authorizes simple and streamlined reporting requirements on the activities of the office, and it's a great transparency bill, and so I encourage my colleagues to support this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Kerry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1453, the Clean Energy Demonstration Transparency Act of 2025. I introduced this common sense bipartisan legislation last Congress, which passed the House by voice vote. With more than $25 billion in federal funding from the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, and annual appropriations with the Department of Energy's Office of Clean Energy Demonstration, aims to support first-of-its-kind commercial-scale demonstrations and deploy them at valuable and market-ready levels. My bill requires that semi-annual reports to Congress on the status of these clean energy demonstration activities. With these reports, Congress can oversee these projects and ensure that taxpayer money is spent wisely and effectively. Amid unprecedented federal spending, soaring national debt, it is essential that we pass this legislation to avoid more federal government waste. Overall, H.R. 1453 is a good government bill that improves accountability and transparency for the benefit of the American taxpayers. I would like to thank my colleague, Representative Riley, for being a great partner on this legislation, and I urge my colleagues to support it. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas.
Yes, sir. Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I am prepared to close, and I continue to reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time to speak on this bill, and I am prepared to close, and I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
I want to thank my colleagues, Mr. Kerry, as well as Mr. Riley, for their work on this bill, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 1453, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of our key responsibilities in Congress is to manage taxpayer dollars wisely. I don't take that job lightly. I want to see DOE and all of our vital federal research agencies succeed in developing revolutionary next-generation technologies. At the same time, we need to monitor the progress of these projects well before their costs balloon to multi-billions of dollars and strain research budgets. H.R. 1453 allows us to do precisely that. It enhances transparency between DOE and Congress, giving both parties the necessary information and insights into the successes of federal demonstration projects to foster further achievements. Once again, I want to thank Mr. Kerry and his co-sponsor, Mr. Riley, Representative Riley, for leading this bill. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1453? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1701.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1701, a bill to require the Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of State to monitor efforts by the People's Republic of China to build or buy strategic foreign ports and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Izinga, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I also ask unanimous consent to introduce into the record exchanges of letters and other committees of referral on this bill.
Without objection.
And I yield myself as much time as I may consume at this point.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of my bill, H.R. 1701, the Strategic Ports Reporting Act, introduced alongside Representatives Rob Whitman, Jake Auchincloss, and Johnny Olszewski, and co-sponsored by a bipartisan group of colleagues. This bill is simple, yet it is very necessary to expose the risks, the threats, and the vulnerabilities presented by overt Chinese control of global ports. Specifically, the Strategic Ports Reporting Act requires the State Department, in coordination with the Defense Department, to develop a global mapping of foreign and domestic ports of strategic importance to the United States due to their capacity of providing military, diplomatic, economic, or resource exploration superiority. In other words, the ports that are most important to the interests of the United States, both domestically and abroad. Additionally, this bill requires a study analyzing the activities and plans of the PRC to expand its web of control over global strategic ports while recognizing the U.S. national security and economic implications for such ownership. China's malign influence abroad continues to reach new corners of the global economy. Emerging from the Belt and Road Initiative, Chinese President Xi Jinping's companion initiative, known as the Maritime Silk Road, ratifies a dominating stake in various countries by making critical investment in their strategic ports, some of which exist right here, even in the United States. Something that should resonate with all of our constituencies, as we saw during the COVID-19 pandemic, is that vulnerabilities in supply chains have a significant real-world effect on our supply, on pricing, and access to essential goods. Moreover, the likelihood of the PRC leveraging its ports infrastructure to exert economic leverage in the future remains a significant challenge to the United States and our allies. While many of these investments in port projects are portrayed as commercial relationships, the PRC's global reach is cause for concern, given that many of these ports pose significant dual-use military risks. The fact remains that Chinese investments in strategic ports offer the CCP a launch pad to engage in a campaign of modern-day espionage. Now let's look at a couple of examples, Mr. Speaker. In the Western Hemisphere, the PRC opened its crown jewel, a gateway connecting South America to Asia in Chancay, Peru. This multi-billion-dollar deep-water megaport is owned by a Chinese state-owned entity, COSCO Shipping, C-O-S-C-O, COSCO Shipping, which has ties to the People's Liberation Army. Additionally, Chinese-tied entities manage ports at both ends of the Panama Canal. Here, the CCP coordinates private companies in pursuit of its communist agendas and wields a power to garner more political influence in a volatile region. I commend President Trump and his administration for its leadership and persistence to work with the Panamanians and BlackRock to change this reality. In the United States, 2 Chinese-owned entities, COSCO Shipping and China Merchant Group, a major participant and proponent in China BRI, control significant portions of the port of Long Beach, Seattle, Los Angeles, Houston, and Miami. The opportunity we create exposing our critical infrastructure to cybersecurity risks, foreign intelligence threats, and supply chain vulnerabilities cannot be understated, in my opinion. Outside of our hemisphere, China casts a wide geostrategic footprint of malign influence in other critical choke points, including a multitude of Chinese financed, developed, or managed ports across Africa. These ambitions provide access to critical minerals, naval launch pads, and consequential state-owned projections. Additionally, the deep-sea port in the city of Antalya on Georgia's Black Sea coast recently granted the tender for construction to a Chinese consortium sanctioned by the U.S. in 2020 for promoting militarization in the South China Sea. The strategic location of this port in the middle corridor, the trade route between China and Europe, would make this a crucial project for President Xi. Unfortunately, I believe many of these projects are just another example of emerging economies lured in by China's debt trap diplomacy. To combat these efforts, the heads of relevant U.S. government agencies must work to collaboratively and creatively to ensure open access and security for strategic ports and offer alternatives to PRC investments in these ports. The Strategic Ports Reporting Act helps accomplish that goal. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1701, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
When President Xi started the Belt and Road Initiative at the Maritime Silk Road Initiative, Beijing embarked on a coordinated state mandate to finance, acquire, access, enhance, and build ports around the world. Today, the PRC is actively engaged in 115 port projects in at least 68 countries with more than $65 billion invested or promised. And at least 89 ports projects that have characteristics that could supply military applications. And with the largest Navy in the world, the PRC's ambitions are clear. It seeks global basin locations for an aspirational blue water Navy. Representative Huizinga's Strategic Ports Reporting Act will allow us to better track Beijing's attempt to grow its global maritime influence through its investments in foreign ports. The United States government needs ready access to all available information about the nature, extent, and intent of the PRC's involvement in port projects and maritime infrastructure around the world. And we need a strategy to drive diplomatic, development, and defense engagements to mitigate threats from the PRC's activities at critical ports. While several think tanks and research groups already map and report on PRC port activities, this bill reporting requirements can shed light on the impact of these ports on U.S. interests and national security. So it is critical that the United States government continue to monitor the nature, the extent, and the intent of the PRC's involvement in port projects and maritime infrastructure around the world and analyze the impact on U.S. strategic interest and on our partners and allies. And so I encourage all of my colleagues to join in supporting this measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
I will continue to reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Yes, it's my honor to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland, Representative Johnny Olszewski.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the ranking member and thank you to my colleague, Mr. Huizinga, for his leadership on this bipartisan and bicameral bill. I'm proud to join his efforts and co-lead on legislation that will help safeguard our ports and boost our economy. I've seen firsthand how critical our ports are to our national security, to our economic strength, and to the resilience of our supply chains. In my home state of Maryland, the Port of Baltimore is an anchor. It provides more than 15,000 direct jobs, supports another 140,000 connected jobs and services, and it's a critical gateway for commerce. It's one of the largest ports in the country for automobiles and ranks in the top 10 nationally for total cargo. The Port of Baltimore, like so many ports across the country, is an economic lifeline for our communities. Today, however, these lifelines face a growing challenge. Namely, China is aggressively expanding its influence over strategic ports around the world. China is building, buying, and controlling maritime infrastructure critical to U.S. interests. They now control or have stakes in critical ports across Europe, Asia, the Middle East, Africa, and the Americas, providing Beijing with unprecedented leverage over key maritime choke points and global trade routes. In the Western Hemisphere alone, Chinese companies have established ownership or operational control in ports spanning 7 countries, including major terminals here in the U.S. Last year, the House Select Committee on China and the House Homeland Security Committee conducted a joint investigation into the operation of ZPMC at U.S. ports. ZPMC is a Chinese state-owned company and the world's largest manufacturer of cranes. At the Port of Baltimore, the FBI discovered intelligence-gathering equipment on board a vessel delivering ZPMC cranes to the Port of Baltimore. This allows China not only to advance its own economic interests, but also to potentially disrupt shipping access and gather intelligence on U.S. military movements. The Strategic Ports Reporting Act is a necessary and timely response to this threat. It's not just about commercial competition, it's about transparency, preparedness, and safeguarding our national security so we can continue to project power, protect our economy, and secure our supply chains. This is a bipartisan and common sense step to protect the American people. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and send a clear message. The U.S. will not cede control of our critical infrastructure to our adversaries. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I'm prepared to close. If the other side
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I too am prepared, have no other speakers, and prepared to close after the gentleman does. I do want to say, though, my colleague, Mr. Olszewski, I appreciate his involvement in this in a bipartisan manner. So with that, I will continue to reserve.
Gentleman from New York.
Yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing. Mr. Speaker, the United States needs a strategy to effectively mitigate threats from the PRC's growing maritime influence through its investments in foreign ports. The report required under this bill will shine a light on the nature, the extent, and the intent of Beijing's involvement in port projects and maritime infrastructure around the world. And it will inform efforts by the United States government to analyze the impact on these ports on U.S. interests and our national security. And I hope that all of my colleagues will join me in support of this bill. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I want to say thank you to my colleagues, Mr. Whitman on my side of the aisle, especially those on the other side of the aisle, Mr. Olszewski and Mr. Auchincloss, and my good friend, the ranking member, Mr. Meeks, for working through this. And Mr. Speaker, you know, peace through strength is a theme of the United States that we've had for a long time, and it is something that is imperative right now. And without stalwart diplomacy from the United States and its allies and economic partners, Communist China's global reach will only mature, sowing instability and insecurity, and frankly, as I talked about, some economic challenges abroad. So I appreciate the fact that the gentleman was talking a little bit about the private sector, and I welcome and appreciate their involvement in their attempts to do tracking and to analyze what is going on. But these other attempts at offering that strategy and the mapping of the critical assets lack up-to-date information oftentimes, and do not take into account the warfighter perspectives that President Trump's DOD brings, nor do they really use the lens of a U.S. national security priorities. That's why I believe, Mr. Speaker, that this legislation is so important. The Strategic Ports Reporting Act was deliberated and negotiated within the House Foreign Affairs Committee, and a bipartisan consensus on the text was reached. That's where we are today. So it remains imperative that the U.S. use all of its tools available to thwart malign Chinese influence and protect America's national security, our economic interests, and even our warfighters. That time is now, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1701? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, for what purpose?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I object to the vote on the ground that a quorum is not present, and make the point of order that a quorum is not present.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this motion will be postponed. The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, a message from
Mr.
the President.
Secretary.
A message from the President of the United States.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Secretary.
I am directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives a message in writing.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1263.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1263, a bill to require a strategy for bolstering engagement and cooperation between the United States, Australia, India, and Japan, and to seek to establish a Quad Inter-Parliamentary Working Group to facilitate closer cooperation on shared interests and values.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Izinga, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
And I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 1263, the Strengthening the Quad Act, introduced by my friend, the ranking member, Mr. Meeks, and chairwoman of the East Asia and Pacific Subcommittee, Congresswoman Young Kim. This legislation is a strategic, forward-thinking step that reinforces Congress's unwavering commitment to free, open, and a secure Indo-Pacific. At a time when the Chinese Communist Party is aggressively asserting its influence, militarizing the South China Sea, threatening Taiwan, coercing regional partners, and promoting authoritarianism, it is more critical than ever for the United States to deepen cooperation with like-minded democratic nations. The Quad, consisting of the United States, India, Japan, and Australia, is not just another diplomatic forum. It's a powerful strategic alliance built on unyielding values, respect for sovereignty, unwavering commitment to the rule of law, promotion of fair trade, and a relentless defense of democratic governance. This partnership is a force for stability and accountability in an increasingly turbulent world. The Strengthening the Quad Act takes this partnership to the next level. It empowers this relationship by ensuring regular, high-level engagement between the United States Congress and the legislatures of the Quad nations, fostering deeper collaboration and mutual understanding. We have seen the power of early engagement. On day one of President Trump's administration, Secretary Rubio convened the first-ever Quad foreign ministers meeting, demonstrating our dedication to confronting evolving geopolitical challenges alongside our democratic allies. By strengthening our partnership with the Quad, we are not just reinforcing allies in the Indo-Pacific, we are drawing a clear line in the sand, or maybe the oceans, Mr. Speaker. Democratic values and the rule of law will, and not might, shape the future of global power, not authoritarian coercion. As chairman of the South Central Asia's subcommittee, I support this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 1263. I am the proud sponsor of this bill, the Strengthening the Quad Act, and I'm grateful to Representative Young Kim for introducing it with me, alongside Representative Berra, Heinzinger, and Kamlager-Dove. The Quad is a diplomatic dialogue that the United States has established with the governments of Japan, Australia, and India. It is a timely initiative with strong support in all 4 capitals and the support of 3 successive U.S. administrations. President Trump helped relaunch the Quad during his first term. President Biden elevated the Quad to the leaders level and operationalized it. And the second Trump administration has embraced the Quad as well. In fact, as Mr. Heinzinger has said, Secretary of State Marco Rubio's first official diplomatic meeting was with the Quad foreign ministers. The reason the Quad is so important today is very simple. Freedom and democracy in the Indo-Pacific region and around the world are currently under attack. According to Freedom House, the world has experienced 19 consecutive years of decline in global freedom. Given this global crisis, America must lead with our values and harness regional diplomacy to bring democracies together like never before, to foster cooperation and find solutions to complex challenges, particularly in the Indo-Pacific, which is one of the best tools we have to do and we work with is, in fact, the Quad. The Quad allows us to work with 3 leading Indo-Pacific democracies to showcase the heft of open markets and open societies. In the face of the PRC's authoritarian model, we must demonstrate to the region that democracies can deliver and will deliver results. On this, Republicans and Democrats agree that the Quad is an integral for a free and open Pacific. But to ensure the Quad's success and longevity, we need to identify and pursue clear objectives and deepen political and institutional support in all 4 of the capitals. This is why H.R. 1263 calls on the State Department to develop a long-term strategy for the Quad. The strategy and report to Congress will allow successive administrations to set ambitious benchmarks and to partner with Congress to meet them. My bill also establishes a Quad intra-parliamentarian working group to facilitate engagement and cooperation among the legislatures of the 4 democracies. Interparliamentary engagement will expand diplomatic ties and strengthen oversight of our respective governments in order to enhance the Quad's effectiveness. It will also help to sustain political support and resources for the Quad in all 4 nations. It is simply a very important bill to further democracy in the Indo-Pacific. And so I encourage my colleagues to join in supporting this measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And at this time, I am very pleased to yield to the gentlelady from California, the chair of the Subcommittee on East Asia and the Pacific, my good friend, Mrs. Kim, for as much time as she may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Huizinga. I want to thank you for yielding, and I want to thank Ranking Member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Ranking Member Mix, also for managing this on the House floor. And I rise in strong support of H.R. 1263, the Strengthening the Quad Act. As you heard, this is a Quad among the 4 nations, United States, Japan, India, and Australia. And this is a cornerstone of our strategy to promote a free and open Indo-Pacific and counter the Chinese Communist Party, or CCP, and maintain stability and the U.S. interest, what the Department of Defense has deemed the priority theater. Against the backdrop of the CCP's militarization of the South China Sea, coercive economic practices, and territorial disputes, the Quad amplifies our 4 democracies' deterrence and economic, defense, and technological cooperation. The Strengthening the Quad Act takes our alliance to a step further by creating a comprehensive Quad strategy and establishing Quad Interparliamentary Working Group that reinforces America's commitment to our allies in the region. I've seen the benefit of interparliamentary working groups coming together, having worked on one of those in the past, and I think this is going to really bring all our interested parties together to really work on finding solutions to keep our strategic security partnership stronger. So now is the time to ramp up the Quad's collaboration on maritime security, cybersecurity, and efforts to counter disinformation to protect our allies and friends, especially in the Pacific Island nations. They are counting on us to show up. So I'm proud to co-lead this important legislation with Representative Mix, and I urge all my colleagues to support the Strengthening the Quad Act. With that, thank you, and I yield back.
And I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I have no other individuals to speak. I'm ready to close.
Gentleman from Michigan.
At this point, I have no other speakers as well, and I will continue to reserve while the gentleman closes.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bipartisan bill, and I want to thank Representative Young Kim for her work on this bill, along with Mr. Berra, Mr. Heinzinger, and Ms. Kamlager-Dove. This bill passed the House in the last Congress and also the one before that. With authoritarianism on the rise and our Indo-Pacific allies and partners increasingly worried about the United States' commitment to their region, passing this bill now and getting it signed into law will reassure our allies that the United States will remain engaged at the highest of levels. This will help ensure that democracies in the region can continue to deliver and that we stay committed and find success in our collective endeavor to maintain a free and open Indo-Pacific. So I hope all of my colleagues will join me and support this bill. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the ranking member, I appreciate your work on this, as well as the work of Chairwoman Kim, Mr. Barra, Ms. Kamlager-Dove. This is what can happen when we come together and have our common interests as a nation be projected out to our allies. And I've been involved in a number of other interparliamentary groups, IPGs, that really have allowed this body to build and foster relationships with others. And it is those critical relationships, not just at the administrative level, but also at that legislative level, that can work through some of the challenges that occur at times with our allies. So, Mr. Speaker, let's pass Strengthening the Quad Act and send an unmistakable message. The United States stands firm with our allies, committed to peace through strength, prosperity through unity, and an unbreakable defense of democracy against authoritarian threats. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1263? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan
I would
seek
like to
recognition?
request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Okay.
We're going to switch committees, so it'll just be a
okay.
quick break, but when they do, that'll be
Thank you. Ready? Okay. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 217, Chip In for Veterans Act of 2025 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 70, H.R. 217, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to make permanent the pilot program authorized by the Communities Helping Invest Through Property and Improvements Needed for Veterans Act of 2016 and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 217 as amended.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 217 as amended. This bill was introduced by my good friend and colleague, Representative Don Bacon of Nebraska. This bill would reauthorize the Chip In pilot program for another 5 years while expanding it nationwide. This pilot program has enabled public-private partnerships with VA to help fund the construction of projects for health care facilities. It is set to expire next year. In Omaha, Nebraska, VA and local partners used this authority to build an outpatient clinic 1 year ahead of schedule and $35 million under budget. They delivered to veterans in Nebraska a modern, state-of-the-art facility. With this bill, we would move VA to pursue even more public-private partnerships across the country to build new facilities in communities where veterans need them the most. Now, I want to thank my friend, Representative Bacon, for his work to bring Chip In program to the communities nationwide. I urge all my colleagues to support H.R. 217 as amended. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 217, the Chip In Act, as amended. Now more than ever, VA needs flexibility and creative methods to address its infrastructure needs. This legislation extends through 2031 a pilot program that allows VA to accept donations of properties to meet its strategic capital investment project needs. It also expands the types of donations that VA can accept to include minor construction and non-reoccurring maintenance projects. VA's infrastructure needs are estimated to be over $150 billion, and those needs are growing every day. The average age of VA medical centers is over 60 years old, and many have retrofitting and maintenance needs that are not addressed under VA's existing budget requests. This pilot program presents an opportunity to find creative solutions where possible to address VA's infrastructure needs. Non-federal entities may donate either real property that already includes a constructed facility, or it can be used as the site of a new facility constructed by the donor. Or entities may donate a facility to be constructed on property VA already owns. Under the Chip In for Veterans Act, donors must independently donate the real property, improvements, goods, or services for the project in an amount acceptable to VA and at no additional cost to the government. So far, VA has received donations resulting in 2 medical facilities, an ambulatory care center in Omaha, Nebraska, which began seeing patients in 2020, and an inpatient medical center in Tulsa, Oklahoma, which is expected to open next year. Under the existing Chip In for Veteran Act authority, VA has only been able to accept donations that result in major construction projects, which are projects for which Congress has appropriated at least $20 million. H.R. 217, as amended, would expand the Chip In program to include minor construction and non-reoccurring maintenance projects. This would allow VA to accept donations of smaller outpatient clinics or to make improvements or build additions to existing facilities. Hopefully, with this expanded authority, VA will be able to attract even more donations. I do urge my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 217, the Chip In for Veterans Act of 2025 as amended. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now would like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman that's a sponsor of this bill, that has lived and seen what it has done, the gentleman from Nebraska, Representative Bacon.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the chairman and the ranking member for this opportunity. This is a win for the veterans from coast to coast, all 50 states, Puerto Rico, you name it. This is a win for veterans. I rise today in support of H.R. 217, Communities Helping Invest Through Property and Improvements Needed for Veterans Act, or the Chip In for Veterans Act. It's a bipartisan bill that strengthens and expands a proven program to deliver modern healthcare facilities for our nation's veterans more efficiently and at a lower cost to taxpayers. H.R. 217 leverages the success of the Chip In Act of 2016. We've extended it twice, and it's going to expire in 2026 if we don't get this bill done today. H.R. 217 as amended would reauthorize the pilot program and clarify the original intent of the program to allow the Department of Veterans Affairs to accept donations of real property from nonprofit, non-federal partners for the construction, improvement, or renovation of VA medical facilities. The bill changes current law to designate the eligible projects may include minor construction and non-recurring maintenance, in addition to the major construction projects. These revisions are intended to expand participation in the Chip In program and accelerate the delivery of modernized VA infrastructure for veterans across the country. I want to stress something that the chairman mentioned earlier in his comments. The first example of this use was completed in 2020. The VA programmed a total of $135 million to build a new ambulatory clinic in Omaha, $135 million. We built that facility at the cost of $80 million, at a higher specification and at better requirements, better across the board than what the VA would have done by itself, a $55 million savings. On top of that, we took $30 million in philanthropic money and offset that $85 million down to $55 million. In all, we saved the taxpayers $80 million on this one project. And we're looking to do it again with an inpatient facility where we think we can save $500 million to the VA and provide a better clinic for inpatient care for our vets. The trailblazing partnership delivered this outpatient facility, 157,000 square foot outpatient facility that serves hundreds of veterans each day using 8 primary care clinics, a first-of-a-kind women's health care clinic, and 1 specialty care clinic, a surgical suite with 5 operating rooms, including pre- and post-op space, radiology, and an on-site lab. The facility offers a satellite pharmacy with retail services. Now, this has become a national model for how non-federal investment can supplement VA's investment while reducing the cost of the VA or the federal government. The success of this project inspired a second facility in Tulsa, Oklahoma, as the ranking member said. The GAO has even recommended that the VA share lessons learned from the Omaha project to replicate its efficiency and innovation. I cannot emphasize enough the critical role of public-private partnerships in expanding access to high-quality health care for our nation's veterans. The Omaha facility is a testament to what is possible when the public and private sector come together. There are so many people in our country that have done well, and they want to invest in our veterans. So with that, I urge support for the Chip In Act. And with that, I yield back, and I thank the chairman and the ranking member.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
We have no more speakers, and I am ready to close. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I ask all my colleagues to join me in passing H.R. 217, the Chip In Act, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Speaker, once again, I encourage all of our members to support H.R. 217 and support the legislation, and then I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 217 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, The rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
1147. Which one? Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1147, the Veterans Assembly Advisory Committee Act of 2025, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1147, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to establish the Veterans Advisory Committee on Equal Access and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 1147 as amended.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 1147, offered by my colleague, Representative David Valadao of California. The bill would direct the Department of Veterans Affairs to establish a Veterans Advisory Committee on Equal Access. The committee would advise the VA Secretary on how the department can improve access to VA benefit services, information, and facilities for individuals with disability. The committee would bring together veterans with disabilities, subject matter experts, VA employees, and representatives of veteran service organizations to make sure that the Secretary is getting the best advice from the right people. Speaker, it goes without saying that this is long overdue. Americans with disabilities are entitled to equal access to health care and benefits nationwide. That includes the VA. Congress made it clear through the Americans with Disabilities Act and other laws that this is the case. While VA has made progress in recent years, the promise of equal access for individuals with disabilities has not been fully achieved. We know these accessibility gaps still exist, and I want to thank the VSO community for their work to shine a spotlight on these issues. The goal of this legislation is to eliminate accessibility gaps, achieve universal access for veterans living with disabilities as they are entitled to by law. This is an important goal, and I believe that the advisory committee is well justified. I also share many of my colleagues' concerns about the growth of advisory committees in the federal government. There are simply too many. That's why this legislation would direct VA to eliminate or consolidate an inactive advisory committee. I want to close with thanking Representative Valadao for his commitment to resolving this issue. This bill passed the House unanimously last Congress, and there is no reason why it should not receive the same bipartisan support this Congress and be signed into law. I urge all my colleagues to support H.R. 1147 as amended, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 1147, the Veterans Accessibility Advisory Committee Act of 2025 as amended. This bill establishes an advisory committee that brings disabled veterans' voices into the fold and provides a seat at the table with top decision makers at VA. Access is an issue I have sought to champion during my time in Congress and particularly during my time with the Veterans Affairs Committee. Disabled veterans still face many barriers in accessing the care and services they have rightfully earned. Those barriers deserve the time and attention of a VA advisory committee so that experts can come together to improve how veterans with disabilities access their care and benefits. Advocates like the Blinded Veterans Association, Paralyzed Veterans of America, and Disabled American Veterans have been tireless voices in our communities raising awareness of these issues. Establishing a Veterans Accessibility Advisory Committee will provide a direct line for these voices to be heard and for change to be made at VA so that all veterans can access their care and benefits with ease. In a time of drastic change at the department, while President Trump and Secretary Collins are at the helm, ensuring disabled veterans have a voice at the table is more important than ever. So I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Valdeo, who is the sponsor of this bill.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the chairman for the time. I urge my colleagues to support the Veterans Accessibility Advisory Committee Act, which would make the Department of Veterans Affairs more accessible for our disabled veterans. Our veterans have sacrificed so much for our country, and we have a responsibility to make sure they receive the benefits and services they've earned. Sadly, too many disabled veterans face unnecessary obstacles in accessing care because of avoidable barriers at the VA. This bipartisan bill would create a permanent advisory committee within the VA made up of disabled veterans, experts, and advocates who understand these challenges firsthand. This committee will give our veterans a direct line to the Secretary of the VA, ensuring that their voices are heard and their needs are prioritized. This is a common-sense bipartisan step to improve oversight, enhance accessibility, and uphold our nation's commitment to the men and women who have sacrificed so much defending our freedoms. I want to thank Chairman Bost and his staff up at the Committee on the Veterans Affairs for their work on this important bill and to make the VA more accessible for our disabled veterans that it serves. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from
Mr.
Illinois
Speaker, we have no more speakers, and I am ready to close, and I will reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask all my colleagues to join me in passing H.R. 1147, the Veterans Accessibility Advisory Committee Act of 2025, as amended, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Speaker, once again, I encourage all members to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 1147, as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1286, the Simplify Forms for Veterans Claim Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 73, H.R. 1286, a bill to direct the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to seek to enter into an agreement with the federally funded Research and Development Center for an assessment of forms that the Secretary sends to claimants for benefits under laws administered by the Secretary and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 1286 as amended.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 1286 as amended. The bill was introduced by my friend and colleague, Representative Brosnahan of Pennsylvania. This bill would require VA to contract with research entities to improve the forms that VA requires veterans and their families to fill out throughout the VA claims process. Incorrectly filling out these forms can force veterans to wait longer for a decision on their claim and cause veterans to receive wrongful denials of their claim. Veterans and their advocates have told Congress time and time again how disorganized and difficult these forms can be. As a veteran myself, it has been a challenge for me to complete these forms for my own disability claims. We must make VA standards forms more understandable for veterans so they can more easily access the earned VA benefits. This bill would do just that. Representative Brosnahan, common sense bill would ensure that Congress continues to push VA forward to better serve veterans, and I am proud to co-lead it. I urge all of my colleagues to support H.R. 1286 as amended, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 1286, simplifying forms for Veterans Claims Act as amended. Time and time again, we hear from veterans that they cannot make heads or tails out of some of the forms necessary to address veterans' benefits. Not only have we heard it from veterans, but we've also heard it from accredited experts who assist in preparing disability claims. This must be corrected. We cannot have veterans leaving earned benefits on the table because they put a piece of information on a line below where it should have been because the form was hard to understand. It's not a stretch to think of a veteran attempting to file for a claim in their later years when their eyes don't see as well, or they can't remember all the minute details from service long ago. That can be a frustrating experience. So H.R. 1286 proposes that VA enter into an agreement with a federally funded research and development center to assess the forms VA is currently using. Sometimes when you are so close to a problem, it's hard to see what the core of the issue is. This bill will allow fresh eyes to review and study the forms VA uses in order to find areas for improvement. Now, these could be small fixes that lead to positive improvement in a veteran's life. As we work to better the veteran's experience, we should be looking at making large programs better. We should be looking at building new state-of-the-art facilities, technology that integrates seamlessly between agencies, doctors, and departments. We should be making big changes to make big impacts, but we should also commit to small changes that can also improve the veteran experience. And that's what this bill does do. It starts to move in the direction of making forms easier for our veterans to review, complete, and ultimately get their earned benefits. So I support this bill and the agreement to enter into a study to see where there is room for improvement as veterans seek better access to their earned benefits. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill and to continue to advocate for a better veteran experience. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to now yield 3 minutes to the sponsor of this bill, the representative from Pennsylvania's 8th District, Representative Brosnahan.
Thank you, Chairman Bosk. I'm honored today to speak on H.R. 1286, the Simplifying Forms for Veterans Claims Act. I'm proud to lead this bipartisan bill with the support of Chairman Bosk and the Veterans Affairs Committee. When our veterans return home from serving our country, they are often tasked with filling out dozens of pages of paperwork just to receive the benefits they rightfully earned. These forms are often confusing, difficult to navigate, and duplicative. It is crucial that our veterans and survivors understand how to fill out each form completely and accurately, because failure to do so can result in delays in processing their claim, delays in receiving a decision on their claim, or even a denial of their claim. Veterans and survivors are often forced to rely on veteran service organizations, VSOs, to assist them with completing forms because these VA standard forms, including their attached instructions, can be disorganized and confusing to navigate. These VSOs have highlighted the need to improve VA standard forms so that they are more straightforward and user-friendly. That's why I introduced the Simplifying Forms for Veterans Claims Act. It would require VA to contract with a nonpartisan, federally funded research entity to conduct a study on and provide recommendations for revising VA forms to be more understandable for veterans and their survivors. Our military members dedicated their lives to serving our nation. The last thing they need when they come home are mountains of daunting paperwork. Veterans and their families have best chance of accessing their earned VA benefits and should not be subjected to a VA claims process that is more difficult and stressful than necessary. Pennsylvania's 8th Congressional District is home to 40,000 veterans. I am proud to spearhead this legislation for each and every one of them and their families. I urge all my colleagues to support H.R. 1286 because we owe our veterans a system that works efficiently and effectively on their behalf. Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers, and I'm ready to close. I have no more. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers. Prepare to close.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask all my colleagues to join me in passing H.R. 1286, Simplifying Forms for Veterans Claims Act as amended. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Speaker, once again, I encourage all members to support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 1286, as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
We request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this voice vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1815 as amended, the VA Home Loan Program Reform Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1815, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to authorize the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to take certain actions in the case of a default on a home loan guaranteed by the Secretary and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 1815 as amended.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 1815 as amended, offered by my friend and colleague, Representative Van Orton from Wisconsin. For the last year, House Republicans have raised concerns about the Biden administration's creation of a VA service purchase program, or the VASP program. Speaker, this Biden program was estimated to cost over $15 billion in tax dollars. It also put the VA home loan program at risk for today and tomorrow's veterans. It was a bad program, and the Trump administration was right to stop it. However, I recognize that sometimes veterans and their families fall on hard times, and veterans need a safety net. Mr. Van Orton's bill, H.R. 1815, as amended, is fiscally responsible solution to enhance the VA home loan program and give veterans the assistance they might need if they are in home loan debt. The bill is the result of over a year of discussions between VSOs, veterans, the lenders, and members of the properly established a partial claim program for veteran homeowners should they need it. The bill is the only fiscal responsible solution to a problem that Mr. Van Orton and I have been sounding the alarm for over a year. Instead of VA running rampant and creating a program without Congress with an intent, established a partial claim program where elected officials have made changes to improve a government program is how the democracy should work. This bill would also require VA to implement a strategic plan to ensure that veterans remain competitive in their home loan process. Finally, this bill includes the proper funding for the grant and per diem provisions we passed in the Dole Act last year to fix the Biden administration's mistake. Under my leadership, my committee will continue to honor its commitment to all veterans, including ensuring proper funding is provided to the GPD providers working to lift veterans out of homelessness. And I thank everyone who has come together to get this. I want to thank everybody that's come together to get this bill to this place. I want to give a special thanks to the Mortgage Bankers Association, Rocket Mortgage, National Association of Realtors, National Association of Mortgage Brokers for supporting this legislation and helping us get it to the finish line on behalf of our veterans and their family. Now, I appreciate my Democrat colleagues for their bipartisan support of this legislation. With their support, I hope we can get a good bill passed to the Senate quickly and then to the President's desk very soon. I urge all of my colleagues to support H.R. 1815 as amended, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Jones recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1815, the VA Home Loan Program Reform Act as amended. But we are unfortunately here to solve a crisis of the Trump administration's own making. Because of the unilateral actions of President Trump and Secretary Collins, over 80,000 veterans, service members, and their families are now facing foreclosures on their homes. Let's review how we got here. Our nation faced an unprecedented crisis with COVID-19. That required action from VA to prevent the loss of hundreds of thousands of homes when our economy ground to a halt. President Biden, with the support of Congress, took action. First, the president used existing authorities to pause foreclosures. Then, with the authorities granted by the National Disaster Declaration, VA was able to implement a partial claims program very similar to this very legislation we're considering today, saving tens of thousands of veterans from losing their homes. Republicans, including Chairman Bost, urged President Biden to end the U.S. national emergency for COVID-19, which occurred on April 11th, 2023. Now, this resulted in VA losing authorities to carry out a partial claims program, again, not unlike the legislation we're considering now. Now, at that moment, action was still critically needed, or veterans would have lost their homes. The VA could no longer offer a partial claims program because, of course, the national emergency was ended. So President Biden instituted a second foreclosure moratorium to give VA more time to offer a solution. So President Biden and Secretary Dennis McDonough began to work in 2023 and launched the Veterans Affairs Servicing Purchase Program, or VASP, on May 31st, 2024. During that year, most lenders cooperated and very few veteran foreclosures occurred. This new program, VASP, used explicit existing authorities granted by Congress to offer veteran homeowners a last resort before losing their home. However, last month, Secretary Collins, President Trump, and Elon Musk's DOGE abruptly ended the VASP program, giving veterans no notice that a critical lifeline for borrowers was being taken away. This decision was pushed for and celebrated by Chairman Bost and Subcommittee Chairman Van Orden. If you listen to them, they will argue that the program meant that VA would incur too much risk, or that VA was not properly prepared to handle holding the loans of these veterans. Just so we're all clear, VA already holds the risks for loans in the home loan program. The program is called the Loan Guarantee Program. VA is guaranteeing that lenders are made whole if a veteran is foreclosed on. The lenders collect the interest profit from the loan, and if a foreclosure happens, the lenders, are paid first. Now let me read from VA's own website, and I quote, "A VA home loan guarantee means that a purchaser obtains a loan through a private lender, such as a bank, credit union, or mortgage company. VA then works with the lender to guarantee the loan. If the homeowner defaults on the loan, VA will pay the debt to the lender," end quote. Second, the claim that VA doesn't know how to manage property or hold loans is just plain wrong. VA has an extensive property management portfolio. VA testified before our committee earlier this year on its ability to hold the loans. VA already has enhanced use leases on nearly 40 of its campuses, meaning VA is acting as a landlord that is managing property being used by lessees. Further, President Trump recently announced his intentions to own a massive housing property at the West LA campus. I look forward to working with the administration to make this happen, and this absolutely is evidence of VA's ability to manage land and properties. Now today, I and members of Congress continue to field calls from veterans who learned from a press release that they are likely to lose their home. These are veterans who saw the Secretary's April 25th notice that the program was ending. These very same veterans who tried to apply for the program and who found out that the program had already closed. The May 1st date was deceptive. The May 1st closing date was deceptive. In reality, these veterans would have had to have submitted their paperwork much earlier in April. This is outrageous and cruel. In the chairman state of Illinois, over 2,000 borrowers face foreclosure. In the bill's sponsor state of Wisconsin, and the bill's sponsor state of Wisconsin, over 600 borrowers face foreclosure. In my state of California, over 4,000 borrowers face foreclosure. I could go on, but these borrowers had options to avoid foreclosure, but these options are now severely limited. Many of these veterans are now afraid of speaking out against the VA in fear of retribution. They are disabled veterans, Vietnam War era veterans, Gulf War veterans, active duty military members. These veterans and these soldiers had our backs. Where is the Trump-Collins VA? Unnecessarily pushing them into risk of foreclosure. As mortgage rates in the open market remain high compared to recent years, and with the closure of the VASP program, the only options available to these borrowers are either selling their home or being foreclosed upon. As VASP was the program of last resort, ending VASP has accelerated the risk to these borrowers. Now that brings us to the legislation we're considering today. This legislation attempts to offer a lifeline to those the Trump administration has unnecessarily put at risk. It's not a perfect or complete fix, and it is likely to be too late for many of the 80,000 who are wondering today if they will still have a home in a month, but it is necessary legislation that I urge the department to implement quickly. In the minority views filed for this legislation, I continue to urge the Secretary to reinstate some kind of assistance for veteran borrowers until this legislation is signed into law and implemented. That will take some time. Every veteran who loses their home will have no one to blame but President Trump and Secretary Collins. Now, it's not too late for Secretary Collins to act, and I hope veterans, VSOs, and housing groups continue to call on him to do so. I also call on my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to join those efforts instead of celebrating the end of VASP. So I plan to support H.R. 1815 as amended, and I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting it. But this legislation should be expanding existing options for veterans to make foreclosure extremely rare and only in the most extreme cases. Instead, this is a Band-Aid that likely will arrive too late for many. Mr. Speaker, I do urge all members to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, I appreciate the other side of the aisle highlighting the problem with veterans are facing today. Thank goodness we're working on a solution right here with 1815, and we're going to be voting on it today. You know, VA's decision to phase out the Veterans Affairs Service Purchase Program, or VAS program, was an important step by Trump administration. This decision added billions of dollars to VA budget without any assurance to the taxpayers that this was a good decision. Just last week, my office received information that on top of paying $6.3 billion to purchase VA loans, VA also had spent an additional $1.5 billion just to support their financing. The average amount of that a veteran had to pay back of their mortgage was actually less than $25,000. Instead of solving the problem, VA chose to purchase the entire loan, which on an average is $321,000. In no way does that make sense to solve a $25,000 problem with a $320,000 solution. Only in government would you do that. The Congressional Budget Office estimates that this bill would have saved money by keeping the veterans out of foreclosure, this bill. They estimate that earlier this Congress, the continuing of VASP would cost the taxpayers over $500,000 the next decade, next decade. That is why, under my leadership, House Republicans have sounded the alarm on the Biden administration program and the risk it could bring to VA home loans. I'm urging still the support of H.R. 1815 because that's sensible. And so sensible, that's why myself and Representative Van Orton have been working to try to cure this problem. And with that, I would like to yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Van Orton.
Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of my bill, H.R. 1815, the VA Home Loan Program Reform Act. This legislation establishes a permanent partial claims program within the VA Home Loan Program, bringing VA in line with all of the other federal agencies that lend monies for homes. As a chairman of the House Economic Opportunity Subcommittee, I'm responsible for the two most successful programs the history of the United States government has ever administered, the GI Home Loan Program and the GI VA Home Loan Guarantee. And it is my responsibility to make sure that every active duty service member, every veteran, and every American that chooses to join the military in the future has the opportunity to use this program to borrow money to fulfill the American dream, which is home ownership. But as stated previously, when an unelected series of bureaucrats invented a program that has not existed since someone first lent someone seashells to buy a cave, they greatly endangered that. And I am incredibly proud of the Trump administration for standing up to stop this. As Chairman Bost noted, there was a $25,000 problem, and the Veterans Affairs Administration threw a $320,000 wrench at it, and that had the potential to collapse this program over time, and I will not allow that on my watch. So I want to thank the chairman. I want to thank Secretary Collins. I want to thank President Donald J. Trump for helping ensure that every American that has served, is serving, and will serve the United States of America to protect our freedoms has the ability to fulfill the American dream, which is home ownership. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
We have no more speakers, and I'm ready to close, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I will just point out that the gentleman from Illinois, the chairman, is making a mountain out of nothing. The greater risk either way to the government, the home loan program, the VA is on the hook for these loans, whether they hold them or whether lenders hold the note. What we're talking about here is veterans unnecessarily, 80,000 veterans with highly distressed loans being unnecessarily put at risk. And the Biden administration did what it could, given changing circumstances, from an expiring emergency authorities to having to put a second pause on any foreclosures on these veterans, to finding a solution in VASP. I am supportive of a replacement to VASP, but it is inexplicable why the Secretary would suddenly, without notice, end the program, put veterans very much right at this very moment who would have liked to have applied for VASP before it had been terminated, but as we speak, there is no solution. And regardless of how quickly we move in this chamber or in the Senate, it is going to take time to stand up this replacement program in time. Meanwhile, we will see veterans lose their homes, all for a very flimsy reason. And so anyway, I reserve the balance of, I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Illinois is prepared to close.
I am prepared to close, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Well, again, I support this legislation, but context is important. This legislation is now critically important because of recent actions by this administration. This legislation also includes funding funding for the homelessness programs passed as part of the Elizabeth Dole Act last Congress. The Trump-Collins VA continued to drag their feet on implementation of sections of the Dole Act that increase our ability to get homeless veterans housed and off the streets. Now, I'd like to address Chairman Boss' remarks that the reason portions of the Dole Act were not implemented, and this is regarding the grant and per diem section for the homeless, were due to the Biden administration's failure. This is not true. The Biden administration clearly articulated the policy needed in the Dole Act. The chairman failed to include those in the bill before passage last Congress. Now, the Trump veteran housing crisis first cuts off foreclosure assistance, driving veterans into homelessness, then blocks aid to homelessness providers. My colleagues want to claim today that we are fixing the Trump veteran housing crisis, but if they are serious, they need to join our calls for immediate action by Secretary Collins. First, we need to implement the Dole Act, including the section on augmentations to the grant and per diem program for the homeless, to getting homeless off the streets. We need to stop the firing of veterans working at VA. We need to halt veteran foreclosures until, at the very least, the legislation we are considering today has been implemented. And we need to bring back VASP to offer borrowers more avenues to keep their homes. Otherwise, President Trump may see the number of homeless veterans double in a single year. So I will close by saying again that I support H.R. 1815, the VA Home Loan Program Reform Act as amended, but action is truly needed before it is too late. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And only in response do I think it's necessary that we need to say something that needs to be cleared up that was spoken from the other side of the aisle. One is that the Veterans Home Loan Program does not assume the entire loss of the debt into the existing program. It did during VASP, but what it did is, because it is a loan guarantee, it was 25%. 25%. I think that needs to be clear for the record. But this bill is the cure, I believe, for the problems that we're having right now. At least gives a off step to secure these loans, to make sure that as few as possible do face foreclosure. It is a good bill. It's a good bill that's going to receive support from both sides of the aisle. The argument before was that's just it. It's an argument before. Now, I would just encourage all of my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The time for debate is ended. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1815 as amended? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1823, the VA Budget Shortfall Accountability Act as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 74, H.R. 1823, a bill to direct the Secretary of Veterans Affairs and the Comptroller General of the United States to report on certain funding shortfalls in the Department of Veterans Affairs.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 1823 as amended.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 1823 as amended. This bill was introduced by my friend and colleague, Representative Jack Berkman. The bill was will create good government accounting and reporting practices in handling of VA's multi-billion-dollar budget. General Berkman introduced this bill in response to a disastrous miscalculation during the Biden administration, which led to a fake budget shortfall. Last July, VA informed Congress about a potential $15 billion shortfall. VA said it needed the money for unprecedented increases in benefit claims and health care services. This notice came after the Biden administration had already submitted its VA budget request. Speaker, it should go without saying that VA should have known its financial situation much earlier than the time they told us about the shortfall that ended up never existing. Now, according to VA Office of Inspector General, the miscalculations stem from a lack of oversight, accuracy, and communication. It's time to change that. If there's anything that we have learned, it is that we need our eyes on the VA budget and their reviews. And I'm proud to support General Berkman's bill to do exactly that. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1823 as amended, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak in hesitant support of H.R. 1823, the VA Budget Shortfall Accountability Act of 2025, as amended. This bill requires that the U.S. Government Accountability Office to conduct a review of the circumstances surrounding the budget shortfalls at the Veterans Benefit Administration in fiscal year 2024 and at the Veterans Health Administration in fiscal year 2025. Upon completion, GAO will submit the report to VA, which must transmit it to the House and Senate Veterans Affairs and Appropriations Committees. GAO is then required to complete 5 subsequent annual reviews of VHA's and VBA's budget execution for the preceding fiscal year. Now, I am concerned that this legislation is duplicative of reports that have already been published by VA's Office of Inspector General and of work GAO is currently conducting that was initiated under the Comptroller General's authority. Now, it is especially concerning that we are considering H.R. 1823 today, given the context of the letter Chairman Bost recently sent to the Department of Justice urging the Attorney General to investigate 3 former Biden administration officials for criminal wrongdoing in handling last year's budget shortfall. This bill should be viewed as political retaliation. It is not serious oversight. Give me a break. The reports recently issued by OIG have already determined that VA's existing accounting and budget technological infrastructure is a primary cause of the shortcomings in VA's monitoring of budget execution that led to the VBA and VHA shortfalls in fiscal years 2024 and 2025, respectively. This bill does nothing to address that and other underlying causes, and instead seems to be designed to reopen investigation of previous errors. GAO's resources could be put to better use on more meaningful oversight of VA's budget formulation and execution process to include the role of the Office of Management and Budget in determining VA's annual budget requests. Now, this legislation will not accomplish that. While I find the intent of the bill to be retaliatory in nature in terms of the time it will waste looking back on the Biden administration budget, I do agree with my majority colleagues that the Trump administration budget formulation and execution process warrants scrutiny. So, for that reason, I'm pleased that the majority added a provision to the bill before markup that requires GAO to review VA's budget each year of the Trump administration. Secretary Collins has already broken the law by redirecting funds without congressional approval, and I worry that trend will continue over the next 4 years. So I hope my colleagues will join me in rigorous oversight of the Trump administration's approach to VA's budget. I will not stand in the way of this bill's passage today. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would like to yield as much time as he may consume to General Berkman, who's the chief sponsor of this legislation.
The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my thanks to the chairman and the ranking member for supporting this legislation. I rise today in strong support of my legislation, the VA Budget Shortfall Accountability Act, a bill that puts veterans first by ensuring the systems meant to serve them are working as intended. Last July, the VA came to Congress with a dire warning. The agency was facing major funding shortfalls, nearly $3 billion for veterans benefits and additional $12 billion for health care. The message was urgent. Without immediate action, benefits could be delayed for millions of veterans. So Congress acted quickly and responsibly to approve supplemental funding, because when it comes to our veterans and their families, there can be no margin for error. Their peace of mind, their financial security, and their access to care are not negotiable. But just weeks later, we learned that there were, in fact, no shortfalls. Revised financial estimates from the VA showed billions of dollars left unspent. So while the shortfall didn't actually exist, the panic, confusion, and sleepless nights for the veterans wondering whether they would receive care was very real, and it was avoidable. Mr. Speaker, the goal of H.R. 1823 is not to assign blame, it's to strengthen trust. Our veterans should never have to worry that an accounting error might prevent them from receiving their earned care and benefits. This bill simply ensures that the Comptroller General will audit the VA's budgeting and accounting systems, identify where things went wrong, and help make sure it never happens again. Let's be clear. The VA serves millions of veterans with dedication and compassion every day. But we can always do better, and our veterans deserve nothing less. They've earned the peace of mind that comes from knowing their government is not only committed to them, but equipped to serve them reliably. The VA Budget Shortfall Accountability Act is about reinforcing that commitment. This is not a partisan issue. It's about making sure we get it right for those who have served our nation every time. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join me in supporting this bill, which will help ensure that our veterans never have to question whether their benefits and care will be there when they need them. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Michigan yields back to the gentleman from Illinois.
We have no more speakers, and I'm ready to close, and I reserve.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers and prepare to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to share my position on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Speaker, once again, I encourage all members to support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
Being no further debate, the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1823 as amended? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. For purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2201, the Improving VA Training for Military Sexual Trauma Claims Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 71, H.R. 2201, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to improve claims made under laws administered by the Secretary of Veterans Affairs regarding military sexual trauma and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 2201 as amended.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in support of H.R. 2201 as amended. This bill was introduced by my friend and colleague, Representative Young Kim. This bill would require that VA claims processors and contracted disability compensation examiners undergo annual sensitivity training to prevent re-traumatizing survivors of military sexual trauma who are pursuing claims for VA benefits. The bill would also ensure that VA employees receive better training and obtain all relevant military service records so veterans can receive more accurate decisions on their military sexual trauma claims. Because military sexual trauma often goes unreported, a veteran's military service records rarely prove that they experienced an MST. This bill would ensure the VA claims processors review and understand the types of evidence that can prove an MST claim. Further, veterans relive what they suffered through during service when they file a claim based on military sexual trauma. We must ensure that every interaction VA has with them is trauma-informed. Representative Kim's bill would decrease the risk of re-traumatizing veterans who have endured MST. Her bill would also streamline the MST claims process for them so that these veterans can more easily access their disability benefits. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 2201 as amended, and with that I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 2201, the Improving VA Training for Military Sexual Trauma Claims Act as amended. I think we can all agree that no one should ever be subject to sexual violence while serving in the military. It is truly a tragedy that it happens at all, but sadly it does. And unfortunately, it occurs to many men and women in our military ranks at a rate likely greater than that of the general public. That means among some of the best people our country has, there are far too many who have been violated in the most personal of ways. Far too often, sexual assault in the military is perpetrated by those in positions of power. And far too often, these assaults are swept under the rug by the chain of command with the poor excuse that this is being done to avoid disrupting unit cohesion. This means that the victims of sexual assault are left to serve with and under their assailants, watching them go unpunished for their crimes. This is a double indignity that no one should ever have to suffer. Sexual trauma is unlike any other trauma. It has the ability to separate someone from their own body. It can make someone feel like they are a stranger in that body, and it can make them feel unsafe in their own skin. The effects of this trauma are heartbreaking, and it can be lasting. Asking victims of sexual violence to speak about it or provide physical evidence relating to it can be re-traumatizing. Currently, the Department of Veterans Affairs requires that personnel managing claims of this type receive training on the subject every 5 years. That seems like a long time between training for such a sensitive subject and a unique type of concern, especially as the study and treatment of these issues evolves rapidly and new best practices are developed and implemented. And when it comes to the treatment of military sexual trauma compensation claims, I think it's worth revisiting training annually to ensure that we are giving these veterans proper care and treatment. H.R. 2201 is an effort to add a little more care and compassion to the process of disability claims of this nature. We routinely advocate for the veteran and their well-being in our community, in our committee, and this bill does just that. By mandating that providers have more frequent and updated training, we can ensure better outcomes for the veteran. It is something we must keep pushing for. Every day we must work to build a better veterans experience, and providing training more frequently can help us accomplish that goal. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 2201 and to continue to press for better care for veterans. And to the victims of sexual assault out there who may be listening right now, please know that you are seen and heard. I will continue to push for accountability for those who perpetrated that assault, and I will push even harder to ensure you get the compassionate care that you have earned and deserve. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would like to yield as much time as she may consume to the gentlewoman from California and chief sponsor of this bill, Representative Kim.
The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Bost. Thank you for yielding. I rise in strong support of my bill, H.R. 2201, the Improving VA Training for Military Sexual Trauma Claims Act. 1 in 3 women and 1 in 50 men experienced military sexual trauma, or MST, as a service member. And as many of my colleagues have already stated, a claim based on MST can be difficult to prove because MST often goes unreported during military service. Furthermore, evidence indicating that MST occurred is difficult to evaluate, and VA claims processors and examiners do not have sufficient training to recognize indirect evidence of MST. They are also not required to undergo annual sensitivity training to reduce the risk of re-traumatizing survivors of MST. Further, the law requires VA to help veterans filing disability benefits claims based on MST gather evidence for their claims. However, VA does not always obtain a veteran's complete service personnel and medical records, which can provide crucial evidence to prove an MST claim. So this bipartisan bill works to improve the MST claim process by requiring VA employees working on these cases to complete annual training to better identify evidence and to ensure that veterans are not re-traumatized during the examination process. Additionally, the VA would be required to automatically obtain all service personnel and medical records for veterans filing an MST claim to ensure their cases are processed in an accurate and timely manner. Streamlining the MST claim process and improving VA training will ensure veterans who endured MST can more easily access their earned benefits and ensure they are treated with compassion during the claims process. I want to thank Representative Budzinski, Don Bacon, and Chrissy Houlihan for their collaboration on this common sense, bipartisan measure that provides survivors of MST with the support and protection they deserve. So I urge my colleagues to support the Improving VA Training for Military Sexual Trauma Claims Act. Thank you, and I yield back.
The lady from California yields back to the gentleman from Illinois.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to my good friend, the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Technology Modernization, Representative Budzinski from Illinois.
The lady from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you very much. Just a few weeks ago, I was speaking in committee to celebrate the bipartisanship of this important legislation and the urgent need to pass it out of the House. And today, we are one step closer to making it a reality. I want to first thank Representative Young Kim for her leadership and collaboration on this bill, and I want to thank our veterans for their service and bravery. This bill is needed for so many of those veterans who have endured sexual trauma while in service. When these veterans go to file military sexual trauma claims, navigating the VA system should never add to the pain they have already endured. That's why I introduced this bipartisan legislation to ensure the VA's claims process supports rather than re-traumatizes survivors of MST. Right now, contracted disability compensation examiners are only required to complete outdated online sensitivity training before handling these deeply sensitive claims. This insufficient preparation can make the claims process re-traumatizing for those who have already suffered. MST affects veterans of all genders. While it is more common among women, many male veterans are also impacted. We must ensure that all our survivors are treated with dignity and care. The Improving VA Training for Military Sexual Trauma Claims Act would modernize and strengthen the training required for VA staff and contractors who work on MST claims and help cut through the red tape too often delays justice and support. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. Thank you.
The gentlelady yields back to the gentleman from Illinois.
I reserve.
California, and the gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have no more speakers, and I'm ready to close.
Gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I ask all my colleagues to join me in passing H.R. 2201, the Improving VA Training for Military Sexual Trauma Claims Act of 2025 as amended, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Speaker, once again, I encourage all members to support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois yields. The time for debate having ended. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2201 as amended? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1364, the Assist Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 69, H.R. 1364, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to provide clarification regarding the inclusion of medically necessary automobile adaptations and Department of Veterans Affairs definition of medical services.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Tucano, each will control 20 minutes, and the chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 1364 as amended.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1364 as amended, and the bill was introduced by my friend and fellow veteran, Representative Barrett from Michigan. H.R. 1364 as amended would allow eligible disabled veterans to receive adaptive automobile equipment that they may need to safely operate their vehicles. Right now, there are too many restrictions on eligible items veterans could use under this program. Mr. Barrett's bill would close that loophole and give disabled veterans the flexibility that they need to live independent lives. Additionally, the bill would include adaptations for drivers, passengers' use to get veterans where they need to be. This Congress, the Trump administration, has committed to making VA work for the veterans again. This bill would cut the bureaucracy nonsense from the last administration and do just that. I thank the VFW and the WWP and PVA for supporting this bill. I also want to thank Representative Barrett for introducing this bill and for the work on behalf of the disabled veterans across the country. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1364 as amended, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1364, the Automotive Support Services to Improve Safe Transportation or Assist Act of 2025 as amended. For disabled veterans, attending a medical appointment is often not a routine drive, but rather can be a logistical and physical challenge. And that is why Representative Levin and Representative Fletcher led the passage of the Veterans Auto and Education Improvement Act of 2022 into law. Now, this law allowed veterans to upgrade their vehicles every 10 years and authorized the Department of Veterans Affairs to offer mobility improvements to vehicles for the purposes of attending medical appointments. However, now that this landmark law has been implemented, oversight has led to the identification of some gaps in the types of mobility services currently authorized by law. Now, this is where the Assist Act comes in. This legislation, led by Representative Barrett and co-led by Representative Maggie Goodlander, Representative Susie Lee, Representative Jason Crow, and Representative Eugene Vindman, expands the types of equipment and services that VA is authorized to provide. Now, these are benefits and services these veterans have earned, and it is our duty in Congress to ensure veterans don't have to worry about how they will access the care they have earned through their service to our nation. I urge all members to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield to the chief sponsor of this bill, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Barrett, as much time as he may consume.
The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to the ranking member. I appreciate your support of my bill, H.R. 1364, the Assist Act. During my 22 years in the United States Army, I was fortunate to return home without the need for assistive devices, but for too many who serve or have served, that isn't the case. Too many are returning home with wounds that can't be healed, leaving them permanently disabled and in need of assistive technology. Not only does service-connected disability negatively impact a veteran's quality of life, but it can cause barriers as they attempt to transition back to civilian life. My bipartisan bill ensures that disabled veterans, with help from the Department of Veteran Affairs, are empowered to make the vehicle modifications they need to safely and efficiently travel. Right now, the VA is restricted to funding only a limited number of adaptive equipment devices, such as wheelchair tie-downs, van lifts, and raised roofs. This, unfortunately and unintentionally, limits and in many cases prevents altogether some veterans from being able to make necessary modifications to their vehicles, such as ramp and kneeling systems, mobility device lifts, ingress and egress accessibility modifications. The Assist Act fixes this gap in assistance and would make sure that disabled veterans can continue traveling safely and freely when they return home. Specifically, this will give the VA greater flexibility to offer financial assistance for a wider range of medically necessary vehicle adaptations. This is a common-sense solution that removes bureaucratic red tape and gives veterans the resources they deserve to live a life fully after they serve. The bottom line is that our veterans put their bodies on the line for the very freedoms that we cherish and often take for granted. In return, they deserve to be taken care of when they take off the uniform. By passing this bill today, we can ensure that no veteran is denied essential mobility assistance because of an outdated government list that leaves many things left off. I'd specifically like to thank my colleague, Congresswoman Maggie Goodlander, for leading this effort with me, and I look forward to working with Senator Tuberville to get this through the Senate and onto the President's desk for signature. It's time to give America's heroes the resources they need to live their lives to their fullest, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Michigan yields back to the gentleman from Illinois.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to my good friend and co-sponsor of H.R. 1364. She currently serves on the House Armed Services Committee and the Small Business Committee. The gentlewoman from the state of New Hampshire, Representative Goodlander.
The gentlelady from New Hampshire is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Ranking Member Takano. Mr. Chairman, thank you for your work today on this bill and on the other bills that I hope will soon pass the House of Representatives. I rise today in support of a bipartisan bill that I'm very proud to be leading with my colleague and friend, Congressman Barrett. It does two important things that I came to Congress to do. Number one, it cuts some senseless red tape and updates outdated laws so that our government can work better for hardworking people. And it also, in equal measure, delivers on what I believe is a sacred obligation that we owe to the women and men who serve our country in uniform, especially those who sustain life-changing injuries during their service to our country. Our bipartisan bill called the Assist Act makes common sense changes that's going to really cut red tape that's limiting and, as Congressman Barrett said, preventing far too many disabled veterans in our country from accessing the medically necessary and basic equipment that they need to travel safely and freely. The freedom to travel is just one of the many freedoms, basic freedoms, that our veterans fought for while they served our country in uniform, and so we can and must do better. My home state of New Hampshire is home to tens of thousands of veterans who are living with service-connected disabilities, including a man I'm very proud to represent, Gary Gordon from Concord, New Hampshire. He's a Vietnam veteran, a fellow Navy veteran, who today relies on a power chair to live his life. Gary Gordon has truly dedicated his life to our country in uniform as an EMT, as a mental health worker at our state hospital for more than 2 decades, and he reached out to our office for help navigating the process of getting the basic adaptive equipment that he needs to live his life and to get his power chair into his car. It's a brand new power chair, but under current law, the VA is limited in providing the basic type of equipment that Gary Gordon needs to get his power chair into his vehicle. This is a problem that this Congress can and must solve, and we can do that by passing the Assist Act. It really is a common sense, straightforward bill that's going to make it easier and possible for the VA to cover the basic equipment that our veterans need to live their lives. It's going to help us meet the moment and provide the best possible care that our veterans deserve. So as we approach Memorial Day, I encourage my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to come together and to support this common sense bipartisan legislation that's really going to be life-changing for veterans all across our country. So with that, I thank you and yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentlelady yields back to the gentleman from Illinois.
Reserve.
And the gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have no more speakers. I'm ready to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I'm prepared to close, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support H.R. 1364, the Assist Act of 2025 as amended, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Speaker, once again, I encourage all members to support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois yields. The time for debate has ended. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1364 as amended? Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1578, the Veterans Claims Education Act of 2025 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 75, H.R. 1578, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to promote assistance from persons recognized by the Secretary of Veterans Affairs for individuals who file certain claims under laws administered by the Secretary.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 1578 as amended.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 1578 as amended, introduced by my colleague, Representative Peters from California. This bill would ensure veterans know about the availability of accredited representatives, including those who help with filing initial VA benefits claims at no cost. It would also give veterans the information and online resources they need to find an accredited representative who is right for them and to report any unaccredited bad actors who wrongfully charge a fee for their services. This bill would also require VA to review its accreditation process and give Congress recommendations for improvement. Veterans and their families deserve all the information they need to decide who will provide the best assistance with their claim. This bill ensures just that. I thank Representative Peters for his work on this bill, and I urge all of my colleagues to support H.R. 1578 as amended, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 1578, the Veterans Claims Education Act of 2025, as amended. Obtaining veterans benefits can be confusing. The process can be cumbersome. And because of the complexity and scope of VA and its programs, some veterans take to an internet search to figure out how to get their claims approved. It seems certain actors have figured out that in the confusion of the process, they can make a profit, or with claims specifically, hundreds of millions of dollars in profits. Oftentimes, when veterans log on and search how to get their claims submitted, they're greeted by clickbait ads for claim sharks. These are the people who charge exorbitant fees while assisting veterans in the preparation of their claims. Current law mandates that VA has a duty to assist in the initial claims preparation process. This duty exists to ensure that there are no financial barriers to veterans in having their claims prepared and adjudicated, and that veterans experience a non-adversarial process. Moreover, there are thousands of veteran service officers around the country who are willing and able to assist veterans for free. And those service officers have been vetted by VA both for their character and competency. So in the spirit of ensuring that veterans are made aware that they are entitled to this preparation assistance, the Veterans Claims Education Act mandates that VA websites prominently give veterans notice that they are entitled to free assistance from an accredited representative and how to find that assistance. Not only does it alert the veteran that they are entitled to assistance in their claims preparation at no cost, but it also provides guidance on reporting bad actors like unaccredited claim sharks. VA's accreditation process serves to protect our nation's veterans from financial exploitation so that veterans are less likely to be at risk of incurring outrageous debts as well as losing out on months of their benefits. Few people would think there is value in letting someone take 5 months of our paychecks just for reviewing our resume, right? Then why would we ever be even remotely comfortable with someone taking 5 months of earned benefits away from our veterans? I strongly support this bipartisan bill as it would promote those actors who are doing claims preparation and processing the right way, not the ones who pay to be the first result on an internet search. I thank Representative Peters for introducing this legislation. This bill allows us to direct veterans to representatives who have the skills, knowledge, and accreditation to help them, not to take advantage of them during the initial claims process. So today, I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1578, and not just to stop there. I also urge them to continue to push back against claim sharks and to support legislation that reinstates the penalties that were in place to hold accountable bad actors who took advantage of veterans for years. So thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the author of H.R. 1578, my colleague from the state of California, the gentleman from my great state, Mr. Scott Peters.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 1578, the Veterans Claims Education Act. You know, I wrote this bill after a veteran in my district alerted my office about a challenge he faced accessing his hard-earned VA benefits. This veteran contracted with a for-profit company that promised to increase the veteran's disability benefits in exchange for a cut of the veteran's disability payment from the VA. It's unconscionable that for-profit entities known as claim sharks prey on the trust and goodwill of our veterans to line their own pockets. So my bill takes a big step to correct this and will protect veterans in San Diego and throughout the country from similar scams in the future. The Veterans Claims Education Act provides educational resources to steer veterans toward veteran service organizations and qualified lawyers and VA-accredited entities who can provide not-for-profit assistance to veterans. My bill also provides vets filing a disability claim with an online search tool to help veterans find accredited entities that can assist with claims. It creates an online portal to report claim sharks targeting veterans, which charge a fee for their services. Republicans and Democrats may have sincere policy disagreements about how to provide world-class care to our nation's veterans and their families, but I know we all agree that no one should be able to profit from the service and sacrifice of our veterans. I want to thank the chairman and the ranking member and the entire House Veterans Affairs Committee for advancing this legislation out of the House, and the numerous veteran service organizations for their advocacy, including the American Legion, the Paralyzed Veterans of America, the VFW, and other great organizations. I look forward to working with these groups to make this law the law of the land. I urge my colleagues to support the bill and our veterans, and I yield back. Thank you.
The gentleman from California yields back to the gentleman from California. The gentleman from California reserves.
I reserve, but I'm prepared to close as well.
I'm prepared to close.
So the gentleman from Illinois is going to reserve as well. So the gentleman from California is recognized.
Yes, I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask all my colleagues to join me in passing H.R. 1578, the Veterans Claims Education Act of 2025, as amended. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Speaker, once again, I encourage all members to support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois yields, and the time for debate having passed, the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1578 as amended? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The chair lays before the House a message. The clerk will read.
To the Congress of the United States. Consistent with applicable law, including the International Emergency Economic Powers Act 50 U.S.C. 1701, the National Emergency Act 50 U.S.C. 1601, Section 604 of the Trade Act of 1974 as amended, 19 U.S.C. 2483, and Section 301 of Title III United States Code, I hereby report that I have issued an executive order on modifying reciprocal tariff rates to reflect discussions with the People's Republic of China. In Executive Order 14257 of April 2, 2025, regulating imports with a reciprocal tariff to rectify trade practices that contribute to large and persistent annual United States goods trade deficits, I declare a national emergency arising from conditions reflected in large and persistent annual U.S. goods trade deficits, and imposed additional ad valorem duties to that I deemed necessary and appropriate to deal with that unusual and extraordinary threat, which has in source, in whole or substantial part outside the United States, to the national security and economy of the United States. Section 4B of Executive Order 14257 provided that should any trading partner retaliate against the United States in response to this action, through import duties on U.S. exports or other measures, I may further modify the harmonized tariff schedule of the United States to increase or expand in scope the duties imposed under this order to ensure the efficiency of this action. Since I signed Executive Order 14266 of April 9, 2025, modifying reciprocal trade rates to reflect trading partner retaliation and alignment, the United States has entered into discussions with the People's Republic of China, PRC, to address a lack of trade reciprocity in our economic relationship and our resulting national and economic security concerns. Conducting these discussions is a significant step by the PRC toward remedying non-reciprocal trade arrangements and addressing the concerns of the United States relating to economic and national security matters. As a result of this significant step, pursuant to Section 4C of Executive Order 14257, this order modifies the harmonized tariff schedule of the United States to suspend for a period of 90 days application of the additional ad valorem duties imposed on the PRC listed in Annex 1 to Executive Order 14257 as amended by Executive Order 14259 of April 8, 2025, amendment to reciprocal tariffs and updated duties as applied to low-value imports from the People's Republic of China, and Executive Order 14266, and clarified in the Presidential Memorandum of April 11, 2025, clarification of exemptions under Executive Order 14257 of April 2, 2025 as amended, and to instead impose on articles of the PRC an additional ad valorem rate of duty as set forth in the order pursuant to the terms of and except as otherwise provided in Executive Order 14257 as modified by this order. My administration will continue to consult with the Congress on our efforts to address extraordinary and persistent annual U.S. goods trade deficits. I'm enclosing a copy of the executive order I have issued. Signed, Donald J. Trump, the White House, May 19, 2025.
The message is referred to the Committees on Foreign Affairs and Ways and Means and ordered printed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motions to suspend the rules and pass, H.R. 1263 and H.R. 1286. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Hazingwa, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1263, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 1263, a bill to require a strategy for bolstering engagement and cooperation between the United States, Australia, India, and Japan, and to seek to establish a Quad interparliamentary working group to facilitate closer cooperation and shared interests and values.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. Members, this is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas 7.
Open back up. You already voted. You already voted. We're still on the first one. You voted. It's in here as an aye. Is it up? I'll put you in as a do.
Mr. Palmer voted aye. Mr. Knott. Off, aye, on, no. Mr. Knott. Ms. Crockett. Votes aye. Mr. Norman. Votes no.
On this vote, the yeas are 334, the nays are 51. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boss, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1286 as amended. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar number 73, H.R. 1286. A bill to direct the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to seek to enter into an agreement with a federally funded research and development center for an assessment of forms that the Secretary sends to claimants for benefits under laws administered by the Secretary and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. Members, this is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 386, the nays are 1, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The House will be in order. Couple more. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House out of order.
Without objection.
On Friday, May 16th, deadly tornadoes ripped across the heart of our country, leaving a path of destruction through Missouri, Kentucky, Illinois, Indiana, and Virginia. Dozens of lives were lost, families shattered, entire neighborhoods reduced to debris. In Missouri, we are grieving, and we know families in Kentucky, Illinois, Indiana, and Virginia are as well, facing unimaginable loss and the hard days ahead. Families who just days ago were living their everyday lives are now grieving loved ones, searching for the missing, and trying to put the pieces back together. In times like these, we must set aside our divisions, we remember our shared humanity, and we stand with our neighbors no matter the distance between us. Mr. Speaker, for those we've lost, those still fighting to recover, and the families forever changed by this tragedy, I ask my colleagues to join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. I yield back.
Chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
California's budget could be a bellwether for the rest of the country if we pay attention. Governor Newsom there is planning to spend $11.4 billion in the 2025-26 budget to give free health care to illegal immigrants, which virtually matches the state's $12 billion deficit it's running. He could balance the books by ending that program, but instead they'll be cutting services for seniors, foster youth, and people with disabilities just to keep this giveaway going to illegal immigrants. Exactly why we need Medicaid reform. States shouldn't be allowed to game the system by expanding benefits to those who are here illegally while sticking taxpayers with the bill or cutting others. Hardworking Americans are paying more and getting less, while illegal immigrants cruise in and get more coverage. That's really, really backwards. At the federal level, we must draw a line. Medicaid should be for citizens and legal residents only. If we don't act, California's disaster could become a pattern and a national disaster for the rest of us. I yield back.
The House will be in order. The members will take their conversations off the floor. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, this is Rose. She's 7 years old in the first grade, and she makes friends everywhere she goes. Rose was diagnosed with an ultra-rare genetic syndrome when she was just 3.5 and now uses a feeding tube and a wheelchair. Medicaid allows Rose to receive physical therapy, and thanks to this therapy, she's starting to take steps. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, my Republican colleagues are working overtime to take Rose's health care away. It might be easy for people to strike through one number and write in another, take a little bit from here and there, but each of those numbers represents a person, a child like Rose, who will lose critical care so billionaires can have more money in their pockets. We cannot let them steal from our kids and our families. We will not. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the groundbreaking of Seneca Commerce Park in Campbell County, Virginia, which I attended on Wednesday, April 15th. This is the largest project the Economic Development Authority of Campbell County has taken on in over a decade. The $11 million project will yield a 100,000 square foot industrial spec building to be completed by spring 2027. The greatest force for change is a job. A project like Seneca Commerce Park ensures just that. Thank you to everyone who contributed to this business-forward project in the Lynchburg metro area. If you want to grow or expand your industry to the eastern seaboard, this is a great opportunity to do so in Virginia's 5th congressional district. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to honor the life and legacy of a true trailblazer, a man that many see as the godfather of Asian American journalism, K.W. Lee. Mr. Lee immigrated to the United States from Korea in the 1950s. He began his career in journalism by exposing poverty and corruption. In the 1970s, Mr. Lee's tireless pursuit of the truth saved the life of Chol-Soo Lee, a wrongly convicted Korean-American immigrant on death row. Later on, Mr. Lee founded Koreatown Weekly, the first national English-language Korean-American newspaper. As tensions were rising in Los Angeles in the 1990s, he launched the Korea Times English edition to give Korean Americans a place where their stories could be told on their own terms in the media. K.W. Lee's life is defined by his tireless pursuit of the truth and paving the way for Asian Americans to have a place in journalism and have their voices be heard. After 96 years of fearless journalism, he will be deeply missed. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and to thank a dedicated public servant and also a dear friend, Emmett Nolan, for his 10 years of honorable service to the people of Georgia's 1st Congressional District. Emmett has been a vital part of our team in the Golden Isles. He has served as a trusted representative of our office, building strong relationships and faithfully carrying out the concerns of our constituents. Throughout his time in public service, from serving on the Brunswick City Commission to attending countless civic and cultural events, Emmett has proven himself to be deeply committed to our community. He is often found not in the spotlight, but quietly supporting the causes and people that matter most. I've known Emmett since he managed my opponent's campaign for Congress. I had to get that in. Even then, his character, kindness, and grasp of the issues stood out. It's no surprise that he's become a mentor and a role model to others following in his footsteps. As he transitions to the private sector, I have no doubt Emmett will continue making a difference. Mr. Speaker, please join me in thanking Emmett Nolan for his decade of service to the 1st Congressional District of Georgia and wishing him every success in the next chapter of his life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and celebrate the extraordinary career of Cindy Ramos Davidson, who retired after nearly 27 years of remarkable leadership as the Chief Executive Officer of the El Paso Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. Under her leadership, the El Paso Hispanic Chamber became a powerful voice for small businesses, especially minority, veteran, and women-owned businesses. Cindy's vision was transformative. During her time at the El Paso Hispanic Chamber, the Chamber was repeatedly recognized as a leader in the national Hispanic business community, winning numerous awards from both the Texas Association of Mexican American and the U.S. Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. Cindy's commitment to entrepreneurship and business development has created opportunities for countless individuals and businesses. As she steps away from her role, her advocacy for the entrepreneurial spirit and dedication to the El Paso region will continue to leave an impactful legacy on the small business community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. America's worst budget ever. That's what we're voting on this week. It's essentially a tax scam that will benefit the wealthiest of Americans. 196,000 people in my district will have their health care taken away, including 73,000 children and 27,000 seniors. Continuing a cap on the state and local tax, the SALT deduction, instead of full restoration. This means New Yorkers will keep paying more in federal taxes, all for tax breaks and giveaways to those who don't need it. 74,000 people in my district will lose their SNAP benefits. It makes it difficult or impossible to put food on the table. These are the deepest cuts to food assistance ever. The result? More hungry children. Last week, our country's bond rating was dropped 1 grade down from AAA. We need to change the direction of our country's economic future, but this bill doesn't do that, no matter what you hear on the floor this week. It will add $5 trillion to the national debt. Spin it any way you want. Everyday Americans.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, despite the deliberate and targeted domestic terrorist bomb attack at the American Reproductive Center's IVF facility in Palm Springs, thank God, Dr. Abdallah, his staff, and all eggs and embryos are safe. Palm Springs is strong. The people are beautiful, resilient, inclusive, accepting, and cherish their community. All law enforcement and first responders acted with courage, professionalism, and excellence. I and all the people in the surrounding communities and in Palm Springs thank Police Chief Andy Mills, Fire Chief Paul Alvarado, and FBI Assistant Director Akil Davis, and all law enforcement officers, first responders, and healthcare professionals who responded swiftly and effectively. Thanks to the rapid response, all those injured in the bombing have been released from the hospital, and Palm Springs is safe. To the people of Palm Springs, my heart is with you, and I stand by you. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise with a heavy heart
after the deadly rail accident that occurred last night in our district in Fremont, Ohio. The incident took place near the Miles Newton Bridge above the Sandusky River around 7 p.m. This is a popular fishing spot during white bass season, and anglers come from around the country. Tragically, a family from Fort Wayne, Indiana, were walking along the rail bridge when the train began signaling its approach. We now know that 3 lives have been lost, with a 4th hospitalized in critical condition. While names have not been released, we know that a 58-year-old mother, her daughter, who was 38 years old, and a 5-year-old child were among the casualties. A 14-month-old child was saved from the water by a 16-year-old bystander who dove into the water to save the infant's life. I will continue to urge the National Transportation Safety Board to fully investigate this tragic accident. And I want to thank Fremont Mayor Danny Sanchez and rail union leaders for their full engagement. We all hope to provide more information in the near future, and our thoughts and prayers remain with the families of those lost and injured, the brave first responders, the medical personnel, locomotive engineers, and obviously Mayor Sanchez and the entire City Council of Fremont. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to oppose our administration's attacks on our nation's nonprofit sector. Since January, our president has launched an all-out assault on our nation's nonprofits, threatening to pull funding and proposing executive orders that target our groups serving the good people of the United States, and with Republicans pushing a reconciliation bill that will not only kick off millions from their medical care, but also an administration has created an unprecedented attack, a power to revoke nonprofit status, a reconciliation bill that would allow the executive branch to revoke status from nonprofits that they believe are terrorist-supporting organizations without requiring evidence, meaning no due process. This vague provision in Trump's way, it's his way of targeting organizations that he opposes or just doesn't align with his agenda. Those are organizations that are doing right in our communities, and we have to say no. Thank you, and I yield back, sir.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of investing in every child's future. 6 years ago, I joined Senator Booker to introduce baby bonds legislation to disrupt the cycle of intergenerational poverty, close the racial wealth gap, and ensure every 18-year-old has the financial opportunity to go to college, to buy a home, or to start a business. Now, Republicans are stealing a good idea and twisting it. The so-called MAGA accounts in their reconciliation bill are intentionally designed to help the rich get richer, while poor children are left further and further behind. Their proposal would weaponize the tax code to exacerbate wealth inequality, ignore the expertise of economists, and penalize states and nonprofits that try to help low-income families. In America, a child born into poverty is likely to stay there through their adult lives. That is a policy choice, and a violent one. Our babies deserve better. Our babies deserve opportunity. I urge my colleagues to reject this regressive proposal and support true baby bonds. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maryland seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to thank the first responders and local leaders who have been working tirelessly to address the fallout from last week's major flooding in Allegheny and Garrett counties. Stormwater rushed through Westernport and Lonacone in western Maryland on Tuesday, washing out gas lines, damaging roads, bridges, flooding businesses, and even the local firehouse and library. When students and faculty were trapped in Westernport and Georges Creek elementary schools, swift water rescue teams answered the call, bringing more than 200 students to safety while waters rose. This flooding only underscores how important it is to fully fund FEMA and to make sure that FEMA continues to help those who are most struck by disaster. Severe weather events are hurting communities across this country at rates we have never seen before. While we are still assessing the damage, we know that federal assistance will be necessary for a full recovery. Although the road ahead will be challenging, Western Maryland will remain stronger because of the storm. I urge my colleagues to keep my constituents in their prayer and also all those impacted by storms during the past week. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, it is with great respect and sincere admiration that I rise to honor Ms. Sarah Schaller from Hammond, Indiana, who was a recent recipient of the Carnegie Medal. Northwest Indiana is home to over 40 miles of incredible shoreline on Lake Michigan, which is a tremendous attraction for tourism and our economy, but also, unfortunately, can be at times pose great dangers with its currents and riptides. In 2023, Ms. Schaller observed a 14-year-old girl who had been caught in a dangerous current, and without hesitation, she courageously swam over 300 feet to rescue her. Where many hesitated, Sarah stepped up and took life-saving action. The Carnegie Medal is awarded to civilians who enter extreme danger, risk death, or serious injury while saving or attempting to save the lives of others. And it was my honor to recently present Sarah with this prestigious award. Mr. Speaker, I ask that you and all of my colleagues join me in honoring Ms. Sarah Schaller for her quick and courageous action and congratulate her on her deserving recognition.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Good evening, Mr. Speaker. I ask for 1 minute to address the House and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the American people deserve to know what is happening in this body this week as the GOP is intentionally making moves in the dark of night. Last night at 10 p.m., the Budget Committee passed the reconciliation bill by 1 vote, while 4 Republicans sat it out. And tomorrow night, they will move this shame-filled bill at 1 a.m. in the Rules Committee. What don't they want the American people to know? That their bill will take away health care from 13.7 million people, that it will take food out of the mouths of children, that it will gut environmental programs, that it gives giveaways to tech companies and their buddies, or that it increases taxes on working Americans who are struggling to put food on the table. Let me be clear, when you convene in the dark of night, or whether you do it or not, we will be there fighting for our communities, fighting for our elders, fighting for our veterans, fighting for our kids, and fighting for the future and the dignity of this country and our communities. Because
expired.
This is about
the gentlewoman's time has expired.
We will not be silenced.
The gentlelady is no longer recognized. Before the House, the following personal request.
Leave of absence requested for Mr. Danny Davis of Illinois for today.
Without objection, the request is granted. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Brown, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous materials on the subject of this special order.
Without objection.
It is with great honor that I rise today to co-anchor this CBC Special Order Hour along with my distinguished colleague, Rep. Kamala Gerdove. For the next 60 minutes, members of the CBC have an opportunity to speak directly to the American people on erasing Black history, an issue of great importance to the Congressional Black Caucus, Congress, and the constituents we represent, and all Americans. It is with great honor that I rise today to lead this CBC Special Order Hour. For the next hour, members of the CBC will speak directly to the American people on the topic of Black history and ongoing efforts to erase that history. Mr. Speaker, this is a time of fear, worry, and anxiety for millions of Americans. President Trump said that he was going to usher in a golden age. But after 119 long, long days of this presidency, it hasn't felt like a golden age. It's felt like a dark age, especially for Black Americans. President Trump and his administration have attacked diversity, equity, and inclusion programs in the government, in schools, and in the private sector. President Trump has rolled back anti-discrimination laws, and Trump has tried to freeze federal funds that benefit Black communities, including in my district in my hometown of Cleveland, Ohio. And it's not just about his actions, it's also about his words, rhetoric, and value. President Trump and his allies have blamed diversity, which is just code for Black people, for the January plane crash at Reagan Airport, for the South Carolina wildfires, the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapse in Baltimore, even the East Palestine, Ohio train derailment, and on and on and on. If something goes wrong somewhere, anywhere, in their mind, diversity, equity, and inclusion is to blame. In President Trump's vision, every Black American on the job, every woman, every immigrant is a DEI hire. A DEI hire who is blocking more qualified white men from the jobs and positions of power that are rightfully theirs. And President Trump has the audacity to talk about his agenda being about restoring meritocracy. They use that word over and over and over again in their executive orders. Meritocracy. The meritocracy of his Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, an unqualified TV host, texting war plans to people by accident. The meritocracy of his Health Human Services, Mr. Robert Kennedy Jr., a conspiracy theorist whose primary experience in healthcare and science is using Google. The meritocracy of Elon Musk's unvetted, unqualified, and unaccountable minions at Doge. And the spoken and unspoken message behind all of this is that Black Americans and other minorities don't deserve a seat at the table, and we don't have merit. And the impact is real. Last month in my district, a man checked out 100 books on Black, Jewish, and LGBTQ topics from the Beechwood Public Library. He didn't check out those books to read them. He checked them out to burn them. And he didn't do it in secret. Oh no, he didn't hide behind shame. No, he posted this on social media because he wanted people to see. See, this kind of hate doesn't happen in a vacuum. It's part of a disturbing wave we're seeing across the country. A wave fueled sometimes with a wink and a nod, sometimes with a bullhorn, by leaders who should know better than to fan the flames of division for political gain. A wave normalized by the Secretary of Defense banning books about diversity and deleting Pentagon websites highlighting the service of women, LGBTQ people, and minority service members, including Major League Baseball legend Jackie Robinson. Mr. Speaker, what happened in my district isn't just censorship, it is an act of hate, plain and simple. And I've joined leaders from across Northeast Ohio in condemning this act. These attempts to erase the voices of marginalized communities are an attack on the values of inclusion, empathy, and understanding. You can only truly have a community with understanding. And to understand your neighbor, you have to understand history. That's our topic tonight, history. And I'm deeply concerned by the ongoing effort to erase Black history from our museums, from our schools, and from American life. See, last month, President Trump issued an executive order to, quote, restore truth and sanity to American history. And of course, there are all kinds of debate when it comes to history. That's how we advance knowledge. But is that what Trump cares about when he talks about truth? Of course not. His executive order directed Vice President Vance and the Secretary of the Interior, two individuals who are not historians, to remove objects, exhibits, and funding from the Smithsonian museums and national parks that don't fit Trump's agenda or Trump's incorrect version of history. That bears repeating. Trump's incorrect version of history. And think about all the Smithsonian museums, all national parks, all the historical exhibits around the country. Now, where do you think they've directed most of their attention? That's right. Their main focus has been on the National Museum of African American History and Culture, right down the street on the National Mall. Are you surprised? You shouldn't be. Trump's executive order mentioned that museum by name out of hundreds across America and laid the foundation for denying future federal funds. And one thing we've seen from this administration, they mean what they say. This is such a radical shift, and it's happened in just a short time. Trump's takeover of the Republican Party seems like it's been forever, but it hasn't always been like this. When the National Museum of African American History opened in 2016, it was a bipartisan celebration. Joining President Obama that day was President Bush and Republican Speaker of the House, Paul Ryan. These aren't woke individuals by any means, but they understood the importance of that museum being on the National Mall. And in a perverse way, Trump does too. That's why he's attacking it. But Black America is not taking this sitting down. In the last month, Black churches from across the country have organized trips to the museum and fundraisers to support it. Black America raised their voices when Pete Hegseth tried to erase the history of Jackie Robinson, because our history matters. Black excellence should be celebrated. The role we have played in shaping our country should be recognized. And the pain and legacy of slavery and discrimination should be understood. Because if we don't reckon with our past, we will never understand the present, and we will never build a better future. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we know it's not just the president that wants to erase Black history, and we know the backlash didn't start just this year. In 2023, the state of Florida, our nation's third most populous state, released education guidelines that included that slavery provided benefits. Benefits, because slaves were able to learn skills. They now require that's part of their curriculum, that slavery was beneficial, some type of workforce training program. Florida also launched a comprehensive effort to ban advanced placement courses on Black history, while local school districts were newly empowered to ban books on Black history. This is a nationwide problem. In fact, there are now more states where teaching Black history has been restricted than there are states where it is required. That's right. Only 12 states out of 50 require Black history be taught. While there are now 18 states that have passed legislation restricting Black history education, and here's why this matters. We know there is inequality in this country. No one would deny that. We know who overwhelmingly has the wealth and the power and the influence, and who doesn't. In America, for every $100 in wealth owned by white households, Black households own $15. And you can find statistics like that no matter how you slice it on housing, health, savings, you name it. Last week, we were debating nutrition benefits and food stamps in this body. In my district, 1 in 3 Black households rely on food stamps. For the white households, it's 1 in 10. And this is the heart of the issue. Do you recognize, like I do, like my CBC colleagues do, that this discrepancy did not happen by accident? It didn't happen by accident. It happened by design. Or do you deny and think that all the racial inequality in this country is really the fault of Black people? That's really the argument. And the only way you can make that case is to erase history, whitewash history, and rewrite history. That's why history matters. That's why our museums matter. That's why our books and our literature and our experiences matter. And that's why we are going to keep fighting back. So I'm honored to lead this special order hour tonight. And with that, I want to yield to my friend, the Honorable Gentle Lady from California's 37th District, Miss Sydney Kamlager-Dove.
Well, thank you to my colleague from the great state of Ohio, Congresswoman Shontel Brown, and the Congressional Black Caucus for organizing this special order hour. Tonight, I, along with my colleagues, rise to talk about something that should terrify every freedom-loving American: the coordinated, relentless Republican campaign to erase Black history, to erase American history, yes, to whitewash the truth and silence our stories. Donald Trump called for patriotic education instead of honest education. This is a dangerous euphemism for censoring Black pain, Black resilience, and Black excellence from the classroom. And since then, over 1,500 books have been banned in public schools and libraries across this country. And more than 40% of them feature Black authors or Black characters. What kinds of books, you ask? Well, I have some for you. Books like Their Eyes Were Watching God by Zora Neale Hurston, like Go Tell It on the Mountain by James Baldwin, and oh my God, even a children's book, I Am Rosa Parks. I mean, why are you trying to erase a book written for babies to help them learn their history? Why are you so scared of little babies? Books that we have all read in school, books that we have all checked out in libraries, books we have all discussed in book clubs, books we have all shared with the little ones in our lives. And why this ban? Because when you erase our history, it is easier to erase our progress. Trump and his MAGA allies want our children to grow up ignorant of the truth and of who they are. They are trying to scrub federal websites. They are scrubbing federal websites of any mention of Black contributions to science, literature, politics, or innovation. And let me tell you, the list is long because we have been in this thing for hundreds of years, bringing innovation and progress to this country. And all I have to say to that is, wow, Mr. Speaker, just wow. And yes, they want to alter the Smithsonian's National Museum of African American History and Culture, a museum that millions have visited from around the globe, including students and families, to learn about our nation's true story. And all because they don't agree with how their ancestors and how they have been portrayed. So don't be mad at me, because you don't like you. Let me say that again. This president is trying to erase institutions, literally. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? That's just a weak move. That's a punk, weak move. He has said he wants to get rid of every policy, every agency, every grant, and every effort related to DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. Sounds to me like somebody who's scared of the truth. That means rolling back protections against discrimination, removing mentorship and workforce programs aimed at closing opportunity gaps, and wiping clean any official recognition that America ever wronged Black people in the first place. And you know what? Guess what? You ain't got to be that afraid. We still here. We ain't going nowhere. This isn't just about politics. And while Trump and House Republicans are busy erasing our past, they are also working overtime in the dead of night to erase and destroy our future. Mr. Speaker, we know this White House is serving the billionaires in this country, but the House, okay, this body is supposed to directly serve the people. And instead, the majority party has decided to serve Donald Trump. And that is the problem. How are Speaker Johnson and House Republicans serving the president? Well, I'm glad you asked that, Mr. Speaker, even though you didn't, but you know you want to. So that's when I'm going to pivot to the so-called big, beautiful bill. Or how about the billionaires' backstabbing bill? A nearly 400-page monstrosity, here it is again, in small font and fine print, and designed with one goal in mind: to enrich billionaires and punish working families, especially black families. So let's start with the numbers. $880 billion in cuts to Medicaid, a rollback of SNAP and nutrition assistance, hitting black and brown communities the hardest. In 2023, over 25% of black households relied on SNAP benefits, and a whole bunch of other groups relied on SNAP benefits too. No meaningful investment in housing, and while over 40% of black renters are cost-burdened, this bill offers nothing, nada, zip, to ease the affordable housing crisis. A plan to unravel Social Security as we know it, directly harming the nearly 5 million black Americans who rely on those benefits in retirement. And to top it off, a permanent tax break for billionaires like Elon Musk and the president. That's right. While they strip away health care and housing, they are cutting taxes for billionaires with private jets and yachts and $400 million planes. And to be clear, less than 15% of constituents in every single congressional district, red and blue, less than 15% of constituents in every single district support cuts to Medicaid. And Mr. Speaker, you read this, Moody's just downgraded the U.S. credit outlook. You know what that means: higher interest rates, more expensive loans, deeper household debt, more expensive money. This hurts families already stretched thin and disproportionately hurts black families who already face a median wealth that is just 1/10 that of white families, according to a 2022 study. So when this president and MAGA Republicans say they want to help the American family, we have to ask, which American families? Because the regular families I represent in South Los Angeles, Culver City, Ladera Heights, and all across the 37th Congressional District in California are not being helped by this bill. They're being targeted. And just to reiterate, I have 700,000 constituents in my district, like every other representative. I have 470,000 constituents that will be kicked off Medicaid if this bill is passed. Okay? My constituents are being told, you don't deserve to learn your history. You don't deserve access to health care. You don't deserve decent housing. And you definitely don't deserve a tax system that's going to treat you fairly. Well, Mr. Speaker, the American dream should not be reserved for those with a trust fund or a Mar-a-Lago membership. The American story should include all of us, our ancestors, our struggles, our resilience, our achievements. We cannot build a just future on foundations of lies and fear and erasure. The real question is, why are you so afraid of us? Because you certainly try to get our hair, our men, our body types, our culture, our food. You want us as friends and validators. And quite frankly, it is exhausting having to navigate all of the insecurities of those trying to erase us. We here in this Black Caucus, we are going to fight against We are not going to forget, but we are going to fight against policies that punish the poor and reward the powerful. We are going to fight for a country where Black history is American history and Black futures are American futures. Because as the saying goes in our country, if you don't tell your story, someone else will. And you best believe they will get it wrong. Well, we are telling our story tonight, and we are telling the real truth. And with that, I yield back.
And now, Mr. Speaker, it is my privilege and pleasure to yield to the Honorable Mr. Troy Carter from the state of Louisiana.
Thank you to our outstanding leads tonight for this special hour. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Today I rise in support of our museums, our cultural institutions. We know that African American history is, in fact, American history, and it must be recognized as such. The Musk-Trump administration's executive orders targeting museums are disgraceful. It's a disgraceful attempt to erase Black Americans' contributions from our nation's history. I'm especially disgusted by the administration's attack on the Smithsonian National Museum of African American History and Culture. For so many years, under the leadership of the late John Lewis, who played a key role in the efforts to secure funding and legislation for this museum to be. Our community fought for the creation of this museum. Our community fought many times when Republicans fought against. But finally, it was finally signed into law in a bipartisan way. It was signed by George W. Bush in 2003. Yeah, it was a bipartisan effort. This museum that tells the story of the struggles of African Americans and the contributions of African Americans, which, by the way, is American history. History that everyone should know. Yeah, the good, the bad, the ugly. It's history, just that. It happened. You can't untouch or touch up what's already happened. When it was finally signed, many stood together, hand in hand, Black and white, Republican and Democrat, recognizing the significance and the importance of this monumental legislation. So I ask you, why was it okay then for Republicans, Black and white and Democrats and independents to stand together hailing the importance of this international museum of history that recognizes the contributions of African Americans, the pain, the suffering of African American community? Why was it okay for us to be lockstep then and not now? Why is this Republican administration so threatened by this museum that you would seek to defund, defame, and deface? This museum today is a testament of the legacy of generations who sacrificed everything for justice, progress, and equality. We will not stand by as our history is dismissed, diminished, or defunded. The National Museum of African American History and Culture is not divisive. It is essential. It tells the truth of a people who built this nation, endured its greatest injustices, and still rise to shape its future with brilliance, faith, and resilience in the face of great obstacles, even in 2025. Yet we rise. When they chose to target museums that honor Black history, they're engaging in a deliberate attempt to silence the truth and to erase the past. I demand, we demand, and we all should demand full support for every museum and institution that honors dignity, struggles, and the contributions of African Americans, Asian Americans, Hispanic Americans, and all Americans, because our history is important. African American history is, in fact, American history. You cannot separate the two. Our history is a history that everyone should know. The Congressional Black Caucus earned the name, the conscience of the Congress. We are here tonight to say, hands off the National Museum of African American History and Culture. Hands off our hard-fought gains. Hands off the efforts to remind people that a history that is forgotten is a history that is repeated. History and culture will stand, and all other similar institutions across our nation should likewise be protected. Let's end this foolish Musk, Trump notion that our Constitution doesn't matter, that our rule of law doesn't matter, that our ability to work together somehow is a bad thing. We know it isn't. I implore my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to wake up and not let anyone divide us any further than we've already been divided. We are one country. We have a responsibility to the people to do the right thing. We will continue to use all the tools in our toolbox. You've heard me speak of the 3 C's: the Congress, the courts, and the community. And we will use every one of them, and we will continue to fight until victory is won. I yield.
I'd like to thank the gentleman from Louisiana, placed with Rich Colster, my good friend Troy Carter, and now it is my distinguished privilege to yield to my good friend from Virginia, the Honorable Jen McClellan from Virginia, representing the 4th District. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am a proud Virginian. Virginia is the birthplace of American democracy. It is also the birthplace of American slavery. From the beginning of this country, we have been on the right side of history and the wrong side of history. And I am proud to stand here as a history maker in my own right. Elected in 2023 as the first African American woman to represent the Commonwealth of Virginia. How did I get here? My interest in government was sparked by a love of history. My love of history was sparked by my parents. My father, who was born in 1925 in Nashville, Tennessee, who spent his summers in Alabama at a school that his grandfather, my great-grandfather, founded because Tennessee did not think Black children were worthy of a high-quality public education. I am the daughter of Lois McClellan, born in the Gulf Coast of Mississippi in 1932, who had to leave her town to become the first member of her family to go beyond the 8th grade, because the state of Mississippi did not deem Black children worthy of a quality public education. The Catholic Church did, but only to the 8th grade. Listening to my parents' stories as a child, they saw the best of government through the New Deal. They saw the worst of government through Jim Crow. But it wasn't just what I learned in a textbook, because their stories, my grandparents' stories, my great-grandparents' stories, weren't in the Virginia textbooks. I learned them at my parents' feet. I learned them because my great-grandfather happened to write a book about his experiences. This history helped me to understand how this country was actually founded. By going to historic sites, the names and dates came alive, but my family's history wasn't told. When I would go to Monticello, I was fascinated by the idea written
by Thomas Jefferson that all men are created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But I learned nothing about the hundreds of Black people, including the mother of his children, who lived at Monticello and served him, but weren't free. I didn't learn those stories visiting Monticello. I learned them later as an adult. My study of history has shown that in Virginia, this beautiful idea of a government derived from the people rather than divine right through kings was created in Virginia, the first representative democracy in the Western Hemisphere, less than an hour away from where I live, in Jamestown. But those settlers came on a business venture to take land that was already settled by Algonquin-speaking people for over centuries. And that land was exploited to make money for the Crown of England. But they created a government in 1619, in July. And a month later, the first recorded Africans were brought to our shores at Point Comfort, who were stolen from their home in Angola, stolen again from a slave ship by pirates, and traded to those settlers for goods and victuals. Their names weren't even recorded. They were listed as 20-some-odd Africans. That's how this country was founded. It's uncomfortable, but it's true. I'll spare you the full 400-year history, but there's a pattern to it. History may not repeat itself, but it rhymes. The history of our country has been, how do we reconcile the ideal upon which we were founded by the reality upon which we were founded? How do we reconcile that every time we make progress towards that ideal, and we have made progress, I wouldn't be standing here today in a body that was not built for people like me, but may have been built by people like me. We've made progress. But every time we make progress, there's a backlash. And that backlash has included three things: propaganda, violence, and voter suppression. My great-grandfather experienced the first backlash. Born on a plantation in Alabama, he got the right to vote after he took a literacy test, after he had to answer 2 sets of questions because he was on a list of people not to register because he was a teacher, teaching other Black people in his community how to get a better life. He experienced the terror of lynchings, being afraid if you looked at someone the wrong way, you could be hung. If you disrespected someone, you could be shot by a mob that was never brought to justice. The second backlash that was the backlash that came in response to Reconstruction, which was never fully taught in my history books. We went from the end of the Civil War to the Civil Rights Movement, the second wave of progress. And in response to that progress was the backlash of our leaders being assassinated. I heard these stories from my parents and my grandparents, but they're not here anymore. My father passed away over a decade ago. My mother passed away last year. As more and more people who lived under the terror of Jim Crow are moving on from this mortal plane, it is important we keep that history alive. And not all of them shared that history because it was painful, it was uncomfortable. They didn't like talking about it. And many of them did, but their stories are fading. That's why our museums and history and books that can continue this legacy on are important. Because I can't quite explain to my now 10 and 15-year-old children in quite the same eloquence that my parents did. I can't explain what they went through the same way. But when they were here for spring break earlier this year, and we went to the African American History Museum, Watching that history come alive through my children again, I felt my parents with me. I felt my grandparents with me. I felt my great-grandparents with me. And as I stood in the exhibit on the middle passage, thinking about what somebody in my family lived through so that I could be in here in this moment and fight this latest backlash to erase our history. Somebody survived being chained in the bottom of a slave ship with hundreds of other people from Africa to Virginia. But I don't know who they are. I don't know who their children are. I don't know who their grandchildren are. Because in my father's family, we can only trace back to his grandparents. Because before that, no one deemed it important to write down the names of the people they enslaved. That is why this is personal for members of the Congressional Black Caucus. But it is important to our country to heal. Because the American people are family. And like every family, we've suffered trauma. And like every family, if you ignore the trauma, if you bury the trauma, it doesn't heal. The only way it heals is when you acknowledge what happened and you learn from it. And that's why every time there's a backlash and it involves propaganda to erase what happened and the truth, it doesn't erase it, it buries it. And the trauma flares up. And that's why do you think the Russians in 2016 decided to choose race as the scab to pick at? Because in this country, we have never truly healed. And until we talk about all of our history, we will never heal as a country. And we will never live up to the ideals upon which we were founded. But the Congressional Black Caucus will fight every day to make sure that our stories are told, that all American stories are told, whether they are uncomfortable or not, because they happened. And they made us who we are as a people. It made us who we are as a nation, and we cannot run from it. With that, I yield back.
I want to thank the gentle lady for her personal and powerful story about the benefits of history as well as healing. It is now my privilege to yield to the Honorable Glenn Ivey from the state of Maryland. Mr. Ivey.
I want to thank my colleagues, those who are hosting this event today, from Ohio, from California, my colleague from Virginia who just spoke, which I hadn't actually planned on talking much about that, but after my family moved from North Carolina, we moved to Virginia. And one of the things I recall was Virginia history. So we had our history book, and interestingly enough, it started with Jamestown and Williamsburg, obviously. Then it kind of skipped ahead to the Civil War, and the focus of the Civil War, there was no mention of slavery in between the two, by the way, or barely any. The focus of the Civil War was what they called the great Confederate generals, Robert E. Lee, Stonewall Jackson, and the others. And it talked about how great they were as generals and the fact that if only they'd had an equal amount of supplies to the Union generals, they would have been able to win the war. And the war they called the war between the states, and in some instances, the War of Northern Aggression, which is a little hard to imagine these days, but that was the school book I learned from in my public school in Prince William County. And the interesting thing about that, we've seen what the effort was with respect to the attempt to change history that came in the United States after the Civil War, after the African American community was liberated from slavery, and there was a chance to have the opportunity to vote, to participate fully in the community, in the nation. And that was overturned, essentially, by a deal that was cut between the North and the South after President Lincoln was assassinated. And it led to the segregation of African Americans across the country. And what went side by side with that was the obliteration of the actual history of what had led up to that point, and the twisting of history to argue that, essentially, African Americans couldn't be trusted to be voting people in the democracy, that in some instances they even claimed that African Americans belonged in chains, belonged in slavery. And as you heard earlier, the suggestion, I think that was from the Florida state government, not 150 years ago, but recently, that African Americans actually benefited from being enslaved. Now, we all know how silly that is, or I guess our colleagues necessarily, maybe not in Florida, but it's a ridiculous statement, and it's the kind of erasure and twisting of history that I think it's critical for us to make sure we fight against. My mother was a librarian. My mother-in-law ended up being a librarian, so we had a heavy concentration of the focus on books in my family during that stretch, and the importance of history. So I thought I'd give a couple of examples of some of the issues that had popped up with respect to what the Trump administration has done. This is the executive order by President Trump that was issued in March, and it was entitled Restoring Truth and Sanity to American History. But the reality is it wasn't about restoring truth and sanity to American history. It was really about hiding and deleting and whitewashing American history. Now, one of the things they did in their first steps was to go to the Naval Academy. I guess an executive order was issued, and the Department of Defense focused on this in part. And the Naval Academy, in response to that executive order and those directions from the White House and the Pentagon, pulled a book called I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings from the bookshelves at the Naval Academy. That was by Maya Angelou, who is one of the most respected writers in American history. If I recall correctly, she was one of the poet laureates as well, and spoke at one of the inaugurations as well. Now, what I thought was interesting about that was, even though they pulled Maya Angelou's book from the shelves, and the book, by the way, was about, it was an autobiography, and it talked about her rise, her growth as she was raised in the South, and the terrible things that she went through, including sexual assault and racial discrimination issues, but how she rose above it. In fact, a later book that she wrote based on one of her poems is called And Still I Rise. And it's the type of inspiring literature that I think not only should we not be hiding from Americans, but we should be encouraging all Americans to see. But the Naval Academy pulled that book, but they left 2 copies of another book, Mein Kampf by Adolf Hitler, still on the shelves. And in addition to that, there was another book that they left called The Bell Curve. Now, you might not recall The Bell Curve. I distinctly remember when it was published. But The Bell Curve argued that black men and women are genetically less intelligent than white people. And that's still on the shelves at the Naval Academy. But the book that critiqued The Bell Curve, that was pulled. This is what we're getting from the Trump administration. So of the books that they reviewed, they called for them to review, I think it was 900 books approximately, and they reviewed those books. And the group that did the review, based on the request from the Trump administration, based on the executive order, ultimately resulted in nearly 400 books being selected for removal from the Naval Academy's library. 400 books. Now, what I thought was interesting about that was the person the library is named after, Admiral Nimitz, actually held a totally different conception about what should happen with respect to sharing of information in books. In fact, he founded the library for this 179-year-old institution in Annapolis, Maryland. I represent Maryland. I'm proud of the Naval Academy in Annapolis, but this is a low moment in the history of the Academy, I must say. And, in response to this decision, one of its alums, Admiral James Stavridis, said, The Pentagon might have had an argument if midshipmen were being forced to read these 400 books. And by the way, he's an author, an Academy alumnus, and former commander of all U.S. forces in Europe. But as I understand it, they were just among the hundreds of thousands of books in the Nimitz Library which a student might opt to check out. What are we afraid of keeping from them in the library? I couldn't agree with this question more. Book banning can be a canard, he continued, a canary in the coal mine, and could predict a stifling of free speech and thought. Books that challenge us make us stronger. We need officers who are educated, not indoctrinated. General Mark Milley, not a fan of the Trump administration, and certainly the feeling seems to be mutual. But you may recall back in June 2021, this issue came up where they were challenging him with respect to something that was called critical race theory. And we won't go into all of that, but keep in mind that K through 12 schools never taught critical race theory. But in any event, they brought it up with General Milley. And he said, you know, I've read Mao Zedong, I've read Karl Marx, I've read Lenin. That doesn't make me a communist. He then offered an argument for expanding political studies in the service of defending the Constitution after the January 6th attack on the Capitol. He said, I want to understand white rage, and I'm white, and I want to understand it. What is it that caused thousands of people to assault this building and try to overturn the Constitution of the United States of America? Just a little aside on that point, there's a placard that has been requested to be posted here in the Capitol that represents the brave men and women of the Capitol Police Department who fought to protect the people who were trapped here by the attacking mob. And the Republican leadership refuses to post that plaque. But you can't change history. Another example, Jackie Robinson. Now, they wanted to eliminate issues about Jackie Robinson, information about Jackie Robinson, the celebrated baseball player, Hall of Fame star, who was a great baseball player for sure, but also celebrated because he integrated Major League Baseball. Prior to his arrival, African Americans basically weren't allowed to play in the major leagues. But they wanted to strip out this information about Jackie Robinson. This is an article that talked about the fact that Robinson's military service during World War II, when he served in the 761st Black Panthers Tank Battalion, and noted that he was court-martialed but eventually acquitted after refusing to move to the back of an Army bus in 1944. He received an honorable discharge later that year. Now, this touches me a bit because my father-in-law served in World War II as well, and he was a decorated soldier as well. In fact, after World War II, he re-enlisted for ground combat in Korea. They made him wait a few days to make sure that he really knew what he was doing, and of course he did. He's buried at Arlington now. Silver Star, 2 Bronze Stars, outstanding service, rose to the level of captain. When he came back from Italy, where he'd been serving, and he got back to the United States, all-black battalion, but they were German prisoners who actually had a chance to ride in the front of the train where he and his other black colleagues still had to ride in the back. Still had to ride in the back because segregation continued. Even though the war against Hitler was supposed to be a war to end racism and fight the Nazi discrimination, when he got back here, it was still the same old story. Now, they also tried to strip out information about Medgar Evers, a World War II veteran, a Mississippi civil rights activist who was assassinated in 1963. He'd been a leader with the local NAACP and was assassinated because he was fighting for the right to vote for African Americans. They erased that information from the Arlington National Cemetery website. The Army removed but subsequently reinstated a website dedicated to the 442nd Regimental Combat Team, the most decorated unit in military history. That unit was made up of Japanese American soldiers who fought despite the internment of their families. Those were the concentration camps that held Japanese Americans, largely in California, but in other parts of the country. But despite that, Japanese American soldiers volunteered to fight in World War II. And one of those soldiers, Daniel Inouye, later became a long-serving United States Senator from Hawaii. I remember Senator Inouye primarily from his leadership in the Watergate hearings. An outstanding public servant, a great American, a great soldier, but they tried to eliminate his history from the history books here. We had this most recent incident, too. President Trump fired the Librarian of Congress. Now, this one kind of came out of the blue, it seemed to me. She'd served in that position for 10 years, including during his first administration. She'd been celebrated as a great librarian. She'd done a great job in the position. Normally, you get long terms for your service, and there was no indication that she'd done anything wrong until Trump 2 came back, Trump 47, and they decided to fire her. They gave her a 2-sentence letter that said, after all of your years in service, you're still terminated. And then it kicked up such a controversy. The White House press secretary, Carolyn Leavitt, said there were quite concerning things that she had done at the Library of Congress in the pursuit of DEI and putting inappropriate books in the library for children. Now, keep in mind a couple of things. One is that the Library of Congress is not a lending library for the public, so there was no risk that any kids would be taking these books or any books from the Library of Congress. Secondly, the Library of Congress has over 178 million items. It's the repository for the United States Congress. The department that deals with copyright for books is under that, and the Congressional Research Service is under her authority as well. So that's why they have so many books, including books that you or I might not want to read or we might not agree with, but the point is all of the books need to be there because we need that repository. Oh, and by the way, it's the Library of Congress. Those of us here in Congress, this is a resource for us. There's absolutely no reason that the President of the United States should be meddling with our repository. It's really inappropriate and wrong, and that's why it hadn't happened prior to that. Congressman Jerry Connolly made this observation about the librarians, her name is Hayden, her firing. With this decision, Donald Trump continues his attempts to censor our history, bend our culture to his will, and interfere with the free flow of information among the American people. It's a national disgrace. I couldn't agree more. The reality is that despite the executive order, this administration is actually making it more difficult for children and adults to learn about American history. They're slashing museum budgets by gutting the Institute of Museum and Library Services. They're defunding public broadcasting and public television. The president does not decide what is worthy of being in a museum, and he shouldn't decide what is worthy of being in a library. He should not be deciding what our children learn in school, and he should not be afraid of American history. Knowing our history makes us stronger because knowledge is power. That power, the power of the truth, belongs to all Americans. It's the basis of our democracy. It's the key to our future. And it's critical as the United States moves forward that we preserve our history, learn our history, and understand our history so that we don't repeat the negative aspects of our history. I thank my colleagues. I thank the Congressional Black Caucus for their work on this matter, and I yield back.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Mr. Speaker, may I inquire how much time is remaining?
The gentlewoman has 4 minutes remaining.
Okay, all right, thank you. As we talk about the importance of Black history tonight, I also want to highlight Northeast Ohio's rich connection to Black history. In Northeast Ohio, our Black history legacy stacks up against anyone's. In fact, one of the first places to celebrate Black History Month for a whole month was Kent State University. After decades as just a week-long event, Kent State made it a full month in 1970, 6 years before the White House did. Northeast Ohio is also home to the great Jesse Owens, who smashed the myth of white supremacy on a global stage right under Hitler's nose at the 1936 Berlin Olympics. Northeast Ohio has shaped the life and stories of Nobel Prize-winning author Toni Morrison and the poet Langston Hughes. Cleveland is where Larry Doby integrated the American League. Carl Stokes made history as the first Black mayor of a major city, and where Garrick Morgan invented the traffic light. Black leadership from Cleveland also changed the calendar. In 1890, Ohio Representative John Patterson Green, the first Black elected official in Cleveland, authored legislation to establish Labor Day as a state holiday 4 years before it became a federal holiday. Frederick Douglass spoke in Cleveland multiple times, beginning in the 1840s, connecting us to the abolition movement nationwide. In 1851, Sojourner Truth delivered her famous "Ain't I a Woman?" speech down the road in Akron, a landmark event in Black feminism. A century later, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. spoke frequently in Cleveland and lent his support for our local civil rights efforts. Northeast Ohio's Black history legacy includes 3 representatives who came before me: Rep. Lewis Stokes, Rep. Stephanie Tubbs Jones, and Rep. Marcia L. Fudge, represented Northeast Ohio for over 50 years. They chaired committees and subcommittees and served on some of the House's most powerful committees. Congressman Stokes and Congresswoman Fudge both chaired the Congressional Black Caucus. In 2021, Congresswoman Fudge was confirmed as the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, and the first Black woman to lead the agency since the 1970s. Mr. Speaker, it's important that we continue to celebrate Black leadership, Black achievement, and Black excellence, because we have been so frequently ignored, erased, and minimized. Finally, Black history is American history and local history in Ohio and across the country. In 1967, Dr. King spoke at Glenville High School in Cleveland. Speaking that day, he talked about how our history isn't separate from the country's, it's part of it. He said, "Abused and scorned as we may be, our destiny is tied up with the destiny of America." Speaking in Cleveland, Dr. King concluded with a simple message which should be our charge today. We must keep moving. We must keep going. That's the goal of the Congressional Black Caucus, to keep us moving forward. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the balance of my time. Oh, I'm sorry. May I unyield the balance of my time?
Does the gentlewoman have a motion?
Yes. Before I make my motion, I do want to say this. As my colleagues and I have highlighted over this past hour, how this administration is intentionally attacking Black history, which is an attack on American history.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
We will not allow this attack to continue. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Does the gentlewoman have a motion?
I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.